Mark, say something so we can hear you, please. Can you talk to us, Mark?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very good.
Loud.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we had a little technical difficulty there. We're back in business now and should be good to go. Welcome everyone to the May 11th budget meeting, Carter County. I will include this disclaimer again. This is a e-meeting, virtual, and it's being streamed to the public. This is an electronic meeting. It's necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I want to welcome everybody that is with us. Susie, if you can reflect that in the minutes as well. I know you did in the report we have. And with that, if you'll call the roll for us, please. Here.
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 Here. Here. Here. Here.
Here.
All present. Quorum is present. Thank you. With that, we'll move to adopt the agenda. Item number 2.
I'd like to add under budget amendments, general fund, add amendment 10B.
Motion to accept. Your second? I'll second. All right, got a Frazier and a second by Grindstaff. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Agenda has been adopted, and if we will open the floor to accept the minutes from April 20th.
Move to accept.
Second. Motion on the floor by Ms. Collins, second by Mr. Hill. Any discussion or corrections to the minutes? All right, seeing none, all in favor, accept the minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, minutes are accepted. Susie, I want to thank you for that. I think you had a little difficulty anyway, and Abby as well, to you guys working that out to get those together. So thank you.
Work on the screening.
Oh, yeah. I try to send the documents in also as far as. Okay, good. Well, we're happy to have you back with us tonight. So, minutes, we're going to skip public comments just in the atmosphere we're in, and there's no public here in this. Physically here, so we will pass that and start with old business and the status of possible debt refunding.
Okay, I think I discussed this last Thursday night. I did hear from Raymond James representative week before last. He said at that time the county could save around $1 million. We did send out RFPs last Monday. Those are due to come back in on May the 22nd, and they will be presenting to the budget committee next month. And of course, we'll have to wait and see till we get close to the refunding date as far as how much the county can save.
Mm-hmm. That's just Raymond James as far as think you hear from anybody else.
There's 3 or 4.
You got some more?
And we've heard from, I think I've got an email back from at least 3 of them. So far, they are pretty large.
Okay, good. That's good. They going to come before us? Or that be financial man before us?
I think it's limited to 15 minutes for presentation.
Okay. Good. And the May 22nd date, what was that? Was that?
That's when the proposals are due back in.
Okay. So we just set up a meeting time after that, or for the next budget meeting, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good. That's not out of the picture. Anything else on that, Brad?
That's it.
Okay. Good news. New business, list of items to declare as surplus property of the Sheriff's Department. I think that was included here, wasn't it, Brad?
Yeah. Page 3, 4, and 5. Of course, you have some computers, scanners, radios, radio chargers, and a couple monitors.
Are these going out on gov deals, or are they going out on something else?
Gov deals. May need to be declared surplus before they can be disposed of.
Make a motion, we declare them as surplus. Or sell on gov deals. Second.
Motion by Frazier, second by Campbell. We'll just take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Get that, Susie? Next item, the annual inflation adjustment for the landfill.
Okay, this is something that the county receives each year about this time. And the county pledges to provide that much funding if it becomes necessary, if the state determines it's necessary. And the amount pledged did go down this year. Went down from, go to page 7. Went down to 1,638,085 from 1,770,033 for a decrease of 131,947. Any questions about this one?
The number of years remaining post-closure, I guess we're at, that was is that 12 more years until that's officially
I think it's 2030.
off the books or something like that? Is how that works?
I think the post-closure ends in 2030, I believe.
Okay. And I mean, really, that number should just continue to go down, shouldn't it? All that, or?
Yeah.
And this is annual thing of the contract we just renew every year, so.
Usually the motion to accept it.
Yeah.
Motion to accept.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Collins, second by Frazier. If you'll call the roll for us, please.
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
and Isaiah Johnson,
Aye.
Mark Harmon,
Aye.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Jim Frazier,
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. Next item, the unclaimed funds resolution. Been included.
Josh probably did that.
And I think Josh is on there too, I believe.
Yeah.
Hello, Josh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you might speak up just a little bit.
All right. This is the annual resolution we've started doing now for the last few years. Essentially, the various offices in the county turn over funds every year as unclaimed property. If nobody claims it after a certain period of time, we can get it back. And as you know, we usually earmark a certain percentage of it just in case of future claims. But this year, as far as I know, I think there's a claim from the clerk and master's office around $90,000. And I think the circuit court clerk will have a claim as well. I'm not sure the amount. But this is just money to be returned for the county general fund for our use.
All right. Thank you for preparing that for us, Josh. Do I hear a motion to accept? Motion by Hill, second by Grindstaff. You'll call the roll, please. Susie?
Nick Hall, Patty Whitney,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Isaiah Johnson,
Aye.
Mark Harmon,
Aye.
Travis Hill, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, thank you for that, Josh.
Yes, sir.
Our next item is a request from Building and Grounds Committee, Austin James. I talked to Austin, he's going to be a few minutes late, so we'll pick him up when he does decide to walk in. And we'll move on to budget amendments. Brad, turn it over to you.
As usual, Michael has volunteered to do those again.
All right, Mike.
I think I have to go up there. Can you guys hear me from back here? All right, so if everybody will turn to page 15, we're going to start with budget amendment number 10, which is General Fund 101. Item number 1 is to reallocate within clerk and master's category for log changes on June 30th, 2020. Item number 2 is to appropriate clerk and master data processing reserves to replace and update office computer system. Item number 3 is to appropriate unassigned fund balance for a refund of 2016 property tax and interest and penalty to an individual who purchased non-existent property at the delinquent property tax sale. Item number 4 is to reallocate funds within mayor category. Item number 5 is to reallocate funds within animal shelter category. Item number 6 is to reallocate funds within circuit court clerk category. Item number 7 is reallocate funds within the jail budget. Item number 8 is to recognize and appropriate state payments for Sheriff's Department officers' law enforcement training program. Item number 9 is to reallocate funds for the EOC project. Professional fee charged by FTDD was initially included in construction costs. Going to turn the page over to page 16. We'll continue. Item number 10 is to reallocate within WDC category. Item number 11 is to reallocate within assessor budget. Item number 12 is to reallocate between assessor and reappraisal categories. Item number 13 is to reallocate within circuit court clerk category. Item number 14 is to recognize and appropriate additional drug court fees. Item number 15 is to reallocate within other administration of justice category. Item 16 is to recognize and appropriate additional hotel motel taxes to the Chamber of Commerce. Item number 17 is to recognize and appropriate new court fee approved by County Commission on 10/21/2019. This is a total budget amendment of $113,666.25, with $26,962.33 coming from fund balance and $157.76 of that coming from an unassigned fund balance. We ask for your approval on that. Do we want to approve them individually or at the end?
I think we're okay unless somebody wants to take one out or needs to do that. We should be okay. Any questions on the 101 amendments there? The reallocate within WDC category.
Workforce development.
Number 4, reallocate funds in the mayor's category on travel. Why are we traveling right now?
That would probably be a question for the mayor on why he's traveling.
One, it's local travel to the various health departments, COVID-19. And
They're not being on Zoom or anything, they're actually being in person.
you had to sign some documents.
Are we going to be expecting to do some other amendments for next 3 months?
I hope not, yeah, we'll get you.
Yeah, that's good, right. You took something out of this, is that right, before? Is that gonna show up in here later?
The versions I sent out on Saturday, I believe, there was one in there, appropriates unassigned fund balance for reversal of
Yeah.
another entry for special treatment. And that wasn't necessary, so it stayed out. I think it's number 6.
Mhm.
Previously.
Yeah, because I mean, it gave us a surplus, actually, didn't it? As far as surplus.
I just want to notate something on the number 17. Notice that this is the court costs that we're collecting now that I mentioned in the meeting. And our office really didn't get into play on this until about February. So January, February. So that's what's being collected through now. So that needs to be addressed when we start talking about outside agencies.
Yeah.
They'll collect more than enough through these court costs to offset what we're giving on out of the
And so
general fund.
that's the money received since
Yeah.
10/21.
Well, no, not even 16/21 with us. We didn't actually get ours started in our office until January.
Okay,
So that's just been, and the past 2 months has been very slow in court costs, so they will more than exceed the 5,000 I know that the Child Advocacy Center gets from us.
Yeah, that's an estimate for the rest of the year, at 1,750.
So
okay.
you're looking about half, so that's about half a year.
Yeah, half a year.
I think there was $84 came in.
Yeah, we didn't start in our office until January, but we should have started in October, but we didn't get everything situated and start getting it. We had to have all kinds of stuff set up to do it.
January to June.
Yeah. So.
And this encompasses like domestic violence cases or something like that. Is that how it works as far as, or just every case I mean, you get?
It's just it's anything that can get jail time.
Okay.
So it's pretty much everything except speeding tickets.
Yeah.
So they're getting quite a bit off.
So it's, I mean, it's not really going to fluctuate. I mean, unless crime just stops or something like that.
Right.
So I mean, it'll, I mean, it should be a pretty,
But it's added on to everything minus speeding tickets and like just court costs on
yeah.
criminal offenses.
It's basically, except for $3 of the $45 cost, which goes to clerk's fees, the other 42 is split 50-50 between those two
Okay.
agencies.
All right.
This is new, but they didn't get this last year.
That's been a good question to ask them. I guess they consider that in their budgets with, or what they asked for.
Probably not. Think about it, you know, this is just your first 6 month estimate. So when you give your numbers, you're looking at $3,000 a year for each.
She did say that Washington County decided not to fund them this year due to collection of this.
Washington County.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
So I mean,
they're-
it may be a good offset.
Yeah.
but I'd be hesitant to cut them very much in the first
Yeah.
year.
Right.
See how much is coming in.
I'd also be pretty comfortable with setting funds aside. It's like taking those monies and setting them aside and saying, if it doesn't meet us, we'll match it, whatever's left over.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
We talked about this a little bit last week. Also, how much like hotel taxes? We consider net revenue in tourism or more economic development. Not to say so much about the chamber, but we usually go over, probably on both of them now that hotel tax.
Yeah, I don't know why we can't, Brad. You know, is there a stipulation on that or?
I'm thinking that has to go to tourism.
Does it? Well, I mean, if we identify net rep as a tourism, I guess, asset, would that help then? I mean, can you do that or?
I think there's an agreement with the Chamber of Commerce that maybe expires in a year or so.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't know if you got to do, you know, give them their normal, give access to
Yeah.
everything.
As far as I would consider net rep economic development anyway, but I mean, they have an outdoor tourism, I guess, branch or any part of that group is to do that.
Won't that be a lot less this year?
Excuse me.
Won't that be less this year since we, that they close everything down practically?
For net rev.
Or for the hotel.
Well, actually, it's exceeded what has come in so far. I mean, it's exceeded what was set up, the original budget for this year. That's why we're having to do amendment.
In March and April, normally aren't heavily traveled months around here. This we're in the middle of like June, July, August. I could probably see it hitting a whole lot harder, but not in the middle of winter, almost.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, it goes up every year as far as, you know, these numbers do, don't they? And if we get some hotel built, I'm sure would continue to see it go up. But that, I mean, it's something that we could address in the future if that contract is due, you know.
Well, that's something we need to keep in mind, because, you know, we've got about a year, I'm pretty sure it's a year. We've got a year left on that contract, if I'm not mistaken, that contract ought to renew, right? We need to keep that in mind, if this is something that we're gonna continue on, giving them, you know, this money, seeing what we get out of them. Or we're gonna look at alternatives. The last contract we signed was,
Excuse me.
the last contract we signed was for how long? 4 years? 3 years.
Was that as far as tourism, the chamber?
Yeah.
All right, I don't know where we stand. Did you make a motion to accept that, or do I hear a second on that one? Second to,
Second. I'll second.
all right, got a motion by Kelly Collins, second by Patty Woodby. Further discussion? You'll call the roll, Susie, please.
Yes.
Aye.
Isaiah Longstaff,
Uh,
Ron Harmon,
Aye.
Brad Seal, Aaron Fraser,
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Motion carries.
So if you turn to page 17, we're going to continue with General Fund 101, Budget Amendment 10A. Item number 1 is to appropriate insurance proceeds to repair damaged vehicle number 7. Item number 2 is to recognize and appropriate funds received from inmates, former inmates for damages to jail. And that is a total budget amendment of $3,650.56, with nothing coming from fund balance. Motion approved.
Second.
Motion by Travis Hill, second by Willie Campbell. You'll call the roll.
Yes.
Mark Chester,
Aye.
Isaiah Longstaff,
uh,
Ron Harmon,
Aye.
Brad Seal,
Aye.
Aaron Fraser,
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
And then we're continuing with 101. This may not be in the packet. I don't think it is, right? The 10B.
It's in the ones in there.
Okay. Okay, so this is Budget Amendment 10B. Like I said, it's General Fund 101. Item number 1 is to reallocate within mayor's category for payment of the excess comp time. And that's a total amendment of $1,503.44. Nothing coming from fund balance.
Your motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Willie Campbell, second by Kelly Collins. Any discussion? Is this from work? I guess that we're having been so busy and helping us out on this. Well observed. Now, if you'll call the roll for us, please, Susie.
Bill Campbell,
Aye.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Mark Chester,
Aye.
Isaiah Longstaff,
uh,
Ron Harmon,
Aye.
Brad Seal,
Aye.
Aaron Fraser,
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Motion carries.
All right, so now I'll turn to page 18. We're moving to Solid Waste Sanitation Fund 116, Budget Amendment number 9. There's 2 items in this. Item number 1 is to reallocate funds within landfill category. Item number 2 is to reallocate funds from recycle center category to landfill category. This is a total amendment of $10,000 and nothing coming from solid waste unassigned fund.
Your motion to approve.
So moved.
second.
Motion by Patty Woodby, second by Mr. Grindstaff. Discussion? If not, you'll call the roll.
Bill Campbell,
Aye.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Mark Chester,
Aye.
Isaiah Longstaff,
Uh,
Ron Harmon,
Aye.
Brad Seal,
Aye.
Aaron Fraser,
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Motion carries.
Turn to page 19. We're moving on to Sports and Recreation Fund 123, Budget Amendment number 6. There's only one item, and that is to appropriate Fund 123 unassigned fund balance for costs associated with the Gap Creek Park project. Funds were carried over from 2018-19, and that is a total amendment of $25,000. And like I said, all of that will be coming from Sports and Recs unassigned fund balance. Motion approved.
Second. Motion by Hill, second by Frazier. Discussion? If you call the roll, please.
Bill Campbell,
Aye.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Mark Chester,
Aye.
Isaiah Longstaff,
uh,
Ron Harmon,
Aye.
Brad Seal,
Aye.
Aaron Fraser,
Aye.
and Kelly Collins.
Motion carries.
Move to page 20. We're now working with Highway Public Works Fund 131, budget amendment number 10. There's only one item in this as well. It's to reallocate within operation and maintenance of equipment category. And that budget amendment is a total of $3,000 of nothing coming from highway fund.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Frazier, second by Isaiah. Mr. Grindstaff. Any discussion? Susie, you call roll.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Travis Hill, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Motion carries.
Move to page 21. We're now working with General Purpose School Fund 141, budget amendment number 10. Item number 1 is to reallocate funds within and between special education classroom and non-classroom categories. Item number 2 is to reallocate within transportation category. Item number 3 is to reallocate within maintenance category for summer work on buildings and modular units. Item number 4 is to reallocate within preschool category. This is a total budget amendment of $63,813.30 with nothing coming from general purpose school fund balance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Woodby, second by Frazier. Any discussion? Susie, if you can speak up just a little bit, I think Mark might be having some trouble hearing you on the roll call. Please.
Billy Campbell,
Aye.
Betty Whitby,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Isaiah Grinstead,
Aye.
Ross Martin,
Aye.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Motion carries.
Switch to page 22. This will be the last budget amendment we have today. And this is dealing with general purpose school fund 141 again. This is budget amendment number 11. There are 3 items. Item number 1 is to appropriate Johnson Controls reserves for PTAC and air units. Item number 2 is to reverse 141 budget amendment number 9. Item number 7, which will set up year-end principal evaluation bonuses. Item number 3 is to reallocate within technology category. And this is a total budget amendment of $86,277.21, with $48,544 of that coming from general purpose school unassigned fund balance.
That increases fund balance.
Increases. Fund balance.
Yes, I apologize. Motion approved.
Second.
All right, motion by Travis Hill, second by Aaron Frazier. Any discussion? On schools? None, call the roll, please.
Billy Campbell,
Aye.
Betty Whitby,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Isaiah Grinstead,
Yes.
Ross Martin,
Aye.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Yes.
Motion carries. Yeah, donations, go ahead. I think Austin's on here.
So page 23, we have the March and April 2020 donations. And the total donations are $2,363, and they're all for the animal shelters.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion by Frazier, second by Mr. Grindstaff to accept the donations. You call the roll, please.
Billy Campbell,
Aye.
Betty Whitby,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Mark, you there to accept donations?
He's muted.
He's muted.
Just 1 second, Mark. We got you. You there?
You're free.
Yes.
That is a yes vote to accept for donations, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Isaiah Grinstead,
Aye.
Ross Martin,
Aye.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Michael. We do, I think Isaiah, are you on here? Or Isaiah, I'm sorry, Austin. Sorry about that.
He's over the compliment of that.
Don't be cussing me like that.
Yeah. All right, so you are there, correct?
Sure.
Hello?
I'm here.
Okay, you'll have to speak up. I'm just making sure, because Cause I can barely hear you and I'm sitting right beside of it, all right?
You have to yell.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm sure you can with that big mouth of yours, so. You go ahead, you're up now.
All right, so first we got out of building and grounds, we've got a proposal from BLS Thompson and Linton. We're gonna have to replace the boiler in the current courthouse. The one we got's not operating in the optimal capacity, and they're telling us probably will only last somewhere around close to middle to end of summer, maybe a little earlier than that before it'll make it out. So we have contacted them to provide us with a mechanical architect that will come in and evaluate our current system, tell us if we can move ductwork around, if we can scale to a different heat system instead of what we got, try to help it with the cost of replacing the system, along with being more energy efficient when we update. And that's a request from the building and grounds. I guess that probably would come out of the courthouse fund. It's $3,250.
That sound right, Brad, as far as where that money will come from?
Yeah.
So no new money.
Where was the money coming from?
Courthouse and jail reserve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Frazier, second by Mr. Grindstaff. Any questions for Mr. James? Susie, could you call the roll, please?
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Lee Woodley,
Yes.
Mark Chester,
Aye.
Isaiah Lansdale,
Aye.
Charles Carter,
Aye.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Kevin Thomas.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, thank you, Austin.
All right. Next thing up, we have.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I've got two more.
okay.
Uh,
I'm just aware of
Get me off there.
We knew it couldn't be that simple.
That's right. So next thing up, we've got apparently somewhere along the lines, I thought it was voted on and approved, but they can't find it in the minutes. We had had a request before I was building grounds chair that there was $25,000 be removed out of the capital outlay projects for the Sluter property. And apparently they can't find it in the minutes where it was ever recorded or whatever that was. So we have had a request that it comes back out that we move $25,000 out of the capital outlay projects into the for the Sluter project.
And what is that exactly?
That's the modular that the mayor is putting up there at the Elk Mills property.
That's the fire, EMS, and law enforcement.
That's the substation.
Yeah, so that's the Sluters on the property that they donated, is that how it works?
Yeah, that's what it is. They donated the property to us, and I swear, and I've talked to a couple other people, I could have swore that this money has already been voted on and approved, but they can't find it in the minutes anywhere. But I remember it coming up, and I wasn't on building and grounds at the time, so I thought it already come through full commission and been approved.
I know we've talked about it before. I don't recall actually making any votes on that, but that could have been. That's been in the last couple of years, really, hasn't it? That whole project going on. So,
What is the status on that project?
The mayor, if you don't care to chime in.
we got the mayor, we got Gary, if you,
Can you hear me?
there you are. Yeah, we
Yeah.
got.
Hey, making progress. Got the modular set up. Well, first we had to go up, clear the property off first, and then we poured the footers, got it set up. Been taking the carpet out of the inside of it, getting an electrical hookups, getting ready for put the sewer system in, and we've already got a water meter up there. We don't have to get anything with the water meter. We've already got one there we can hook to, so it's moving right along, and we've just only spent $3,000 at this time. Can you hear me?
What's the 25,000 needed for at this point?
Well, like I say, I never asked for any. They, some of the people, I got chewed out by an 85-year-old lady up there, because I made a statement we was going to try to do it without taxpayer money. She chewed me out and told me she'd been paying taxes for, about, well, not 85 years, but all of her life. And I said, well, okay. But, anyway, we're going to put a building up there also to put a fire truck, Elk Mills fire truck, and hopefully get a rescue truck from the squad and put up there.
Good.
All right, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Austin, do you have specific exactly what the 25K is going to be used for?
You're muted.
Just 1 second. We can't hear you right now.
I don't, Ross. Like I said, it was something that was put in there before I come through, and I think really way it was supposed to be earmarked is it was kind of a not to exceed thing, that it was up to the 25,000, so they didn't have to spend the entire 25. I just it was brought back to the committee and asked if we bring it back through, and I can't remember. It may have been Commissioner Johnson or one of them. Commissioner Lydes is on here. He may remember better which one of them made the motion to take it back to get it approved, because several of us out and around on the committee thought it had already went through full commission and been approved. But when they started trying to dig through the minutes and find it, it's not there, or it had been left out of them or something. So we were just trying to correct that before he got into it and needed it.
Okay. So this comes from, yes, sir.
Part of that money would go toward hooking up the water, sewer, and then if they have money remaining, they will be looking to add on a building to house the emergency apparatus, at the fire truck and rescue truck, things like that.
And so the 3,000 the mayor mentioned, that would be, I guess, be part of this 25K right here.
I believe so. Should have to confirm that with the mayor.
All right.
I remember talking about this now, that they start talking about it.
Well, I know, and we've discussed it multiple times, but as far as setting that aside, I don't know.
I remember discussion, but I don't remember that.
I'm pretty sure that we decided that we would hold off until they actually need the money.
Yeah. Brad, you got any recollection or anything?
No, I don't.
But if they needed it, but we need to put some aside so they could draw from it.
Right.
But the ready line is turned at that time. I know it was. You're on there, Ray?
Ray, you with us?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this project goes back to about 4 years ago. Sluter donated the property.
Right.
And Building and Grounds brought that through the system. $25,000 was, I still believe, was set aside to, first idea was to put up a steel frame building up there. The idea was to also put some bays, a couple of bays up there for, like the mayor says, a fire truck. There was also a bay discussion about maybe having the presence of law enforcement up there a little bit more. I know I personally discussed that with the mayor, the sheriff. And there was also discussion about a rescue squad being actually getting in the water in about, I think it was like 26 seconds. So the project's been kind of laying around for 4 years. And the $25,000 was to initially build, like I say, a steel building, but the mayor got the present mayor, Mayor Barnett, got the school system, I think, to work with him and acquire the modular units that are going up there. But even with the modular units in place, you're still going to have some bays to park the vehicles in, if that's the route that we go. So the $25,000 was to try to get the property in working order, the sewer, the water, and to get the bays built for the rescue squad, fire truck, and police presence. That's the way I recall it. And like I say, Chairman James picked up on this, as he has a lot of other projects that were just left kind of sitting still for like 4 years. Thank you.
So, I mean, we didn't appropriate any money before, you don't, that's kind of the question that we're at. We hadn't put this, hadn't discussed it before. Set any aside, we don't think so.
Actually, Ross, we tried to think, and I'm almost like one of the other commissioners. I thought that this had gone through the process, but evidently it hadn't. If there's no minutes there, it hasn't done that. And I think that's why we brought it back through Building and Grounds with Chairman James the other night, to try to make sure that we had that, since the modulars are up there now, to try to move forward with the project, try to get it completed. Now, whether it'll take the $25,000 or not, I don't know. But for sure, it'll be set aside to try to do something with it.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Chairman Lyons. It's good to see his project on, and I'm sure if we spend it, you'd have some record at some point, I'm sure.
Do we know that most volunteer fire will stay on their own station? This one remains a county asset, or are they gonna give it to them?
That's what I deal with.
If the property donation has to stay county.
Okay, because I believe we could use the governor's grant to build that is a capital asset, right? So we should be able to, but now we got to wait for the budget that, or we can back on the expense.
It has to be spent after July 1st.
Right. So that's something we can hold off until July 1st, we budget for it. And that way we can just use that money to use.
We could. Currently, there's 15,000 listed for the OSHA, not OSHA, but the ADA compliance project.
You guys in the back, speak up a little bit. I think, I don't know if everybody's hearing you. That's good.
And it's in my discount all four, I'm just trying to figure out if we can use some of that government money to go towards that kind of stuff.
Public safety. Good public safety.
I know we should probably go to 2-bay garage, that's what costs some money for concrete, just to build, make it secure all that.
Well, we need to go ahead and kind of pass it through if we can't recognize that money for however long it takes to get put in the budget, I guess.
I mean, we can go ahead now, and, you know, if you choose to, we can go ahead and put it in the budget 2021. But those funds can't be obligated or spent until July 1st or after.
Okay, that's what I'm afraid of, like if they need something right now, if that money wouldn't be available until then. So, what's in that capital outlay project? I mean, what is in that, much money we got in there?
450.
How much?
450 or 5.
Mr. Smith?
They do need money in order to get the stuff in the water hooked up.
Yeah.
I thought my understanding was it said already in.
The second system that's there, it's not gonna work for that one. There was one on property, but relocated, I believe. What's going on?
Should we set aside 10,000 now and let them get everything they need going? That way we can realize the grant later.
For the modular units, if they septic done, water done, electric done, if they then have money left over, which they should, and you look at different things that could be done, like an entryway, a deck, set of steps, something like that, that's going to happen. There are other things that are going to be done. You've got you're going to keep a truck there, you're going to keep equipment there, because the distance that it is, you're going to end up having to put a security alarm system. You've got a lot of things that could be done up there. And then use these funds and set aside some of your maintenance funds next FY to do your big things. So, a 2-bay, a fire truck or an ambulance, or whatever they agree on. You'll entertain a motion on it.
I'll entertain one.
I make a motion, we, approve up to $25,000 capital projects reserve.
I'll second that.
Here's second. Motion by Mr. Grindstaff, second by Patty Woodby. Any further discussion on that?
There's so many good grant companies, just be that bad.
Well, I mean, I think what Isaiah's saying, we need to use this, what we can now, and then.
I think the governor's money that we can look at using for a big capital project, and that would be for.
I think we all need to, get for
That would be for your garage and your attic, concrete pads, whatever we need there. Because I mean, it's one of, if you decide you're gonna do an ambulance and a future ambulance and a rescue truck, I mean, you're looking at a pretty sizable garage unit that's going to be structured there.
Mayor, is that something that can, the garage unit, I don't know if we'll see the communication tower put up there, which is kind of down that valley. Is that something that can wait till after July 1?
Well, I mean, we can wait as long as you want, but right now I've got people chomping at the bit that's wanting to help, and I don't want to lose my support on it right now. We've got people volunteering and
Major things, that stuff that can wait. I mean, getting the plumbing and stuff, hooked up electric, that's all, that's how that way, but the garage and stuff, wait till July 1.
oh yeah, well, we could, yes. I mean, but I would like to get electricity and the septic in, and we ripped the carpet out and we put some flooring in, and it's in pretty good shape. It's in really good shape.
I think we'd be safe with Isaiah's motion, put the 25 in there. If we don't need it, once we get to that July 1st or whatever that date, then, large.
But if they do need it, it's there for a week.
Yeah, so they don't have to use it all. Once we get to that point, they can start using it.
I just, my vehicle from that location, I have no problem whatsoever. I tested every trip. And we had no problem. Now, we already put the antenna up and base station in, but it, does not appear that we will need anything beyond this regular antenna.
All right, good stuff. Good discussion. We got a motion by Grindstaff, second by Patty Woodby. You'll call the roll, please, Susie. It is to take, use the 25,000, up to 25,000 out of the capital outlay line to fund the sewer property. Or what do we call it, substation, or to use,
Substation, yes.
use for the substation.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. Mayor, we thank you and also both for the work on this, getting that, getting some momentum on that and seeing it move forward. Guys, thanks.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You wouldn't believe the support we're picking up there. We'll be up there doing a little work, and people will just pull in and want to know the progress on it, and they're so excited about trying to get a little get some emergency services up in there. So it's just something we got to work hard at. It'll take a little time, but we're working hard at it. So we appreciate your support.
All right, keep it up. And what is the exact location of that property?
Right before you get to Mallard Cove on the left.
Maybe.
Right before you try to go down to Wayland Road. as you're going up.
Okay, that's good. All right, we're good there. Austin, you're still on the hook, I believe. I guess one more.
I am. I've got one more. It came out of building and grounds when we got into talking about it a little more and where we was at with the standard, with the virus and everything, and trying to communicate where we was at. And it had come out of there that the building and grounds requested out of the, I believe it was the general fund, $5,000 to be put into line item 410, which is the custodial supplies. Abby had told us that they were running just a little shy on money, and she wasn't 100% sure they was going to have enough money in that line item where they've had to purchase so much chemicals and everything, and we still are kind of up in the air as what this virus is going to do right now. So we're trying to make sure to put enough money in there that they have enough still operating by the supplies to maintain the facility. Or we're gonna have people coming in and out. I think they're getting ready to start opening it back up first of the week. So
What are you asking for on that, 1,000, is that what you said?
5,000.
5,000.
Yeah. And it's up to 5,000. We don't know that they're going to use all that, but I think it was Chairman Lyons that had made the motion. They just were not for sure exactly what this virus is going to entail. And so we're trying to make sure that they've got enough that, in between these meetings and stuff, that they're not having to try to run back to us every time.
What's the status of the 10,000 for the sprayers we set aside?
I believe that they have purchased all the chemicals and that they have the backpack sprayers still on order, but they have everything there. And Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but did Abby tell me that they were getting close? Our backpack sprayers, we was in line.
June. 1st June, yes. So we're not far away.
But I believe she said that you all have already purchased all the chemicals, correct?
That's correct.
And I don't believe they've used all that money that is in that line item yet, but it was earmarked just for that, so they're not able to touch that for any of the regular cleaning supplies they need.
If I may say something, our sprayer is going to be able to use more than just the 360 Clorox. Our machine is going to be able to use many different, like the machines some of the people around are getting, you can't use, but just Clorox. Ours is going to be able to use different ones if we're, with different kinds of disinfectant or spray.
And I'd just like to also say the mayor didn't request this. This was something that when the Building and Grounds Committee got to talking to him when it was middle of our meeting, and we was kind of trying to get the status where we was at in the courthouse where everything was going, and somebody was talking about some funds might need to be needed to try to do some signage and thing. And Commissioner Hill had stepped up and offered to do the signage for him for free. And but Abby did. She stepped up and said, we are getting pretty low in our cleaning supplies line item because we've had to buy a lot more cleaning supplies than what we anticipated with this year. So we was trying to replenish that to make sure that they had enough to carry them through till the next physical cycle.
And to go along with that, one of the things our vendors have told us is that they're getting ready to start having some shortages on paper products because some of the factories are starting to shut down. So we're trying to stay ahead of that and make sure we have enough in the building. And their prices are starting to go up on some things. So items we've typically bought may be more expensive when we go to try to replace them.
Director Smith, I heard that there's a FEMA grant where we keep some COVID-19 expenditures. You know anything about that?
Well, there's a presidential declaration, and as you may recall, FEMA will reimburse up to 75% allowable cost. With allowable being the key word, they want to tell you what's allowable and what's not.
And that also requires us to spend it up front and get paid back.
Okay.
And if I don't have to do my line item, my department won't let me spend it.
Right.
Where they have applied for, on behalf of Carter County, Deputy Director Harold put in the required request to make sure Carter County is included and eligible to receive whatever funding is available.
Did you ask him what's in there?
Yeah.
That's what it's going to ask.
It's backpack that we ordered, they run the same thing that the mayor's talking about, Clorox and others. I think it was in the board, Clorox. That's that. I'm talking about the Clorox, the right for something.
I think Brad is checking that line to kind of see what.
Currently, there is $1,280, but there's been spent for COVID-19 purposes, $882. So really, there's $400.
It's left out of that? Okay, so we need it now. Okay, you've heard the request, up to 5,000 from unassigned fund balance.
Make a motion. I'll second.
Motion by Hill, second by Grindstaff. Any discussion on that further? You call the roll, Susie?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. I know you got Mr. James.
Yeah, that's all good. I appreciate it, guys. That covers everything. But I wanted to mention one thing. I know Commissioner Campbell had, I believe it was him, had said something about the trying to use some of this money that we've got coming back from the hopefully from the federal there for the COVID, or the state for the COVID funds that we just for the SLUDR that we've taken out of capital maintenance. We are going to have to, that we can probably ride until that July or a little after. We're going to have to replace the boiler in the courthouse, so we may be able to use some of that capital maintenance money for that instead of having to take that out of our outlay money, or out of our courthouse money. So we may be able to use that instead of having to use some of our own money.
All right, we appreciate you working hard. Kelly said she was fond of that self-portrait you had beside of you in that picture.
Well, I appreciate that.
No, we appreciate your hard work building grounds, everybody. I know we're right in this kind of crazy times and stuff going on. Addie as well, and everybody for keeping up with this pandemic and the costs that it takes.
If you don't believe me having to work even in the pandemic, ask Woodby there if she ain't getting her sneeze guards too. So
He's done very well. We are getting those installed.
Hey, Austin, is the guard still up in your office, plans for the trustee's office?
now say that again, Travis. I can't really hear you.
The plexiglass for the trustee's office, that's still on your radar?
It's coming.
Yeah, they're doing it at the same time when they do the Commissioner Woodby's office over there. They're going to they're putting them all in both same things. We was able to go ahead and get them both approved under emergency funds. So.
On that note, does that take into consider security, enhancing the security, or is that just regular sneeze guard?
So in the trustee's office, it is just a sneeze guard essentially. There's no really enhancement for security there. But now in the office that Commissioner Woodby works in, there is the possibility of going ahead and adding, I believe, extending on and maybe putting a door on the where their half door's at, because we designed theirs. It goes just a few inches, like 4 or 5 inches below the ceiling, and wraps the entire counter. So, you know, if we section that one side off where the door's at, then that would pretty well keep anybody from back around their desk. So it runs the full length of their bar, the best I can remember.
All right, any other questions for Mr. James?
I just congratulate you on your recent marriage, Mr. James.
Well, I appreciate it.
Congratulations. I didn't know that. Thought you already won me. Sorry.
Nope, I took the plunge into the pool a couple weekends ago.
No, I would say she took the plunge.
Yeah.
I had her going the other day. I come in, I said, "Did you see that where you posted it on Facebook? All those people was congratulating you that you married me." So, all right, guys, I appreciate it. If you need anything else, just shoot me an email or text.
Thanks,
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that brings us to all of our agenda business here.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
can I bring up one thing? The forensic contract, it's increasing a little bit from 9,777.16 per month. It's going up to 10,121.84 per month. And there's a couple, Attorney Harden looked it over and he just had a couple, just one question. We said within 90 days. Other than that, you want us to go ahead and agree to that? Or, I mean, y'all need to agree to that?
We need to do that tonight, is that the question?
Yes, do we need to do that? Because it's, it starts, July 1, a new contract.
Aren't we well under the level?
Hang on just a second. Yeah, we were, so far this year, January, February, March, and April, we've had 20 autopsies. That's for 4 months. So it's pretty much about the same as it was last year. We're on the same route, but they wanted to add what is that $4,500 increase. So but Attorney Harden looked that over and said within 90 days. He didn't like that language, but I was just going to. He's on here. He can elaborate on that if he would.
Josh, you got anything to add? Just 1 second.
Yeah, I got it now. I don't know sign language, and I wasn't allowed to unmute myself, so I had to wait. Yeah, the only thing I said is it's basically the same contract as before. Obviously, the price, and I don't have anything to do with the price. That's something that I think it's the 8 counties involved would have to negotiate, and I think that's what happened last year. But essentially, all I said was the contract is just a renewal, and it's still written like it's the initial contract. It says, they're going to do stuff within 90 days. We're going to do stuff within 90 days. That's no longer needed. It's in effect now, and it's going to stay in effect. So all I was saying was take that language out. They'll continue to provide the services, and we'll continue to pay them without any 90-day delay.
Okay, so we need to seek that approval for this contract now.
Yeah, it goes into effect July 1. So, I mean, it could possibly be delayed till next month. That's up to you all, but I don't know that there's going to be any more negotiation on the price unless all the counties go together like they did before to negotiate that. I know it's been advanced on in Washington County. I don't know about the other counties.
I got no support, so it's going to go up.
No negotiations, basically, is what you're saying. It's going to stay.
That's correct. It'll go up probably, what is that, about 400 something, you math guys?
About 2,300.
We really don't have a choice though, right?
Yeah. I guess, and Josh, would that be the contract? Is it ready to go now, or can it be ready by, I guess, full commission? So if we do have that information.
Yeah, it's ready. Like I said, that's just kind of a thing that's left in there because nobody changed it because it's still in effect. I mean, I would imagine exactly the same contract or thereabouts is with all the counties, and maybe nobody cares. But to me, it just made more sense that it continues in effect, and we don't have to wait 90 days on medical examiner services. We've already got it, and they're going to keep doing it. So, I mean, I'm happy to talk to whomever there to change that language for us at least. We can't really worry about what everybody else is doing, but that makes sense to me. And you can approve it with that change, and then I'll make the change and we can sign it.
Okay. Yeah, everybody for that, I'll open the floor to accept the amended contract. That would be accurate to say.
Okay, I make a motion that we accept it.
Roughly 2,300. The total contract is 121,462.08.
There you go.
All right, got a motion by Kelly Collins, second by Patty
You
Woodby.
get that, Lucy.
You have to pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah, just call the roll, please.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Keith Parrish. All right, Mayor, thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Attorney Harden. Okay, any other business that we missed or needs to be discussed? Keith?
It's regarding that,
Yeah, come get
you just be right about.
No.
I have to walk all the way.
Okay. Well, you timed it just right, so yeah, I think we're talking to your microphone there.
Kept trying to talk, and I think Abby had me turned off. It's regarding 900.
Chief, yeah, just come back a little bit. It's directional. There you go.
Get in the right spot here. It's regarding the $936,000 one-time monies. All the agencies that have radios in the county have been working, try to get together to get a collective requirement placed against that money to fix all the mountaintop repeaters and the radios that we have, whether it be us, the volunteer fire departments, the squad, the schools, the road department, landfill. I think I might be missing one or two, but I think that's just about everybody that uses radios. And we've got a antiquated system it's not integrated, and this would be a good opportunity to look at that requirement to get all the mountaintop repeaters fixed, add mountaintop repeaters to get better coverage, whatever we've got to do to make sure that when we do have an emergency, that we can talk. I forgot Gary's another requirement, but there are several agencies that have repeaters. Some of them work well, some of them don't, but with the new systems that are out there, we think that this is the perfect opportunity to get them fixed and to get them integrated. We would be willing to put whatever surplus funds that we have towards the larger county project to get it done, because it's so important. Because we rely on everybody. We all rely on each other in an emergency situation like the flood. Road department becomes, they have primacy along with the squad, along with the fire departments and ourselves. And we've never, every single major emergency that we've had, communications has failed. But when we saw that amount of money come out, we thought, well, this would be the time to do a serious study and to get it into the right committee, whether it be building and grounds, law enforcement, health and welfare, whichever is the right committee or working group to say, okay, let's look at everybody's requirements, what it is that they need, so that we can all get on one system for the first time. But I wanted to throw that out there as a collective requirement from the folks that have the radios. We're going to meet first week of June. There's an engineer coming in to listen to our requirements and tell us kind of what it is that we're looking at, and to see all the radio frequencies and all the radio repeaters that everyone does have, and give us what we can get. But this will be an opportunity to get the most bang for the buck for the entire county, I believe. I just wanted to throw that out there, and then maybe get some guidance from Commissioner James on the Building and Grounds Committee, or whichever committee thinks that it would best rest in, and then we can work it through there. That's what I wanted to throw out.
Okay. And what was that, the number you used again on that? 936?
That's the $936,000 is the governor's one-time monies.
Oh, okay.
And we think that we can add $120,000 to that next year's monies for a total of $1,050,000. It's going to be an expensive requirement to get the communications right in the county, but it is important. And we'd be willing to push as hard as we can towards getting the communications fixed.
Okay. questions for the chief? All right, I guess we'll address that later on. Okay, I'll open it up for, we'll talk this budget, we got the time.
Chairman, I may have those up, we do donation.
We did,
Okay, that's
yeah.
right. I didn't mark anything down.
Yeah, we did that for, Isaiah, or, daggone it, Austin came in again, sorry. So, I didn't know. Yeah, I made a mistake on your end, so I'm sorry. But this would be a good time, just to open the floor just for discussion. There are things that you really noticed that we need to work on. I know I talked to Brad today, and he's, I guess, got some more news for us, or kind of an update of where we stand on this. So if anything you want to add, Brad, to kind of let us know.
Has everybody had a chance to go? I didn't send this out till, I think it was after lunch. Has everybody had a chance to go over the notice? First 2 pages?
I didn't get any of that stuff actually, bring any. Is it available for us now?
Yeah, right here.
Anybody else need one? Thank you. You want all that? Can you spare that? You good?
Hey, Brad, I had a question on number 9. You're open to questions. Didn't the city of Elizabethton used to provide, as part of their allotment of the animal shelter, a animal control officer?
They did, but the county paid a big portion of his.
Okay, and so what is the city of Elizabethton's total requirement as far as appropriations go for the operation of the animal shelter?
For next year, it's 125. For this year, I believe it's 400. I was kind of under the impression that, it was almost a done deal for the animal control to go over to the animal shelter. Found out recently that's not really the case.
Yeah, I think, of course, we talked about this other night pretty good. I think there's a lot of, I don't know, research, but the more work that needs to go into that before we go ahead and fund whatever, I don't know the amount, but let you guys do your work and I guess really figure out what that position needs to be, and the next year to come to it for this time next year, if we're able to do that, see if we can add that person. But right now, I think.
So where would that fit? Would it just put it in limbo? Nobody's gonna do it, or we?
Well, what are we? I guess it just goes to the sheriff's department still, as far as after those calls. I think there's a lot of
legality.
There wasn't really a detailed plan, set in stone by the animal shelter committee either.
Mm-hmm.
Working on it, this kind of happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if you guys address that next year, they'll continue to take those calls before we appropriate that money and in the position we're in right now.
But I wanted to say when that was put in, it's my understanding that truck maintenance, vehicle insurance, uniform, cell phone, extra medical, social security, workman's comp was all added in on that too. That's another reason why it was a little bit higher. Or not a little bit. They had to include all that. Also, just not the salary. Right, not just the salary. You're adding a lot more to it than just one person, so to speak.
So with that, does that mean that the monies were taken out of the sheriff's office budget and given back to the animal shelter? Or would we have to change the monies? Well, in this budget.
There was nothing taken from the sheriff's budget. It was never put there to begin.
Well, then where did they get the money the last 2 years?
Just come out of the general fund.
Their general fund?
No,
They
big deal.
I don't know.
So it wasn't ever in a sheriff's department
Because
space.
I know.
Well, I thought, we thought it was at one point or something like that, and I don't think that money was ever set aside for that. Is that right, chief?
No, sir, money was set aside, and, he was correct, we ended up having to take that out of the overtime monies, and we didn't know that the money wasn't in there, and I was curious why I kept showing up short, especially on the overtime, and this year we are $20,000 short because of this. We had been able to absorb it prior this year.
And so you accounted for that in your budget this year to,
We're 20,000 short on it this year. We're gonna show a $20,000 deficit. I think as of, I think the end of February, we had, probably spent 24,000 on animal control, expenditures. And, I'm looking at end of the year numbers on, salary right now, being about 20,000 short. That kind of explains it. That's just the way it is.
yeah. I guess I'm asking, does that need to be in this new budget that we're getting ready to work out, or did you include that?
If it's not gonna be turned over to the animal shelter, whatever the previous agreement was, we're gonna need the funds, or we're gonna be short again next year.
Okay. All right.
And that's what I was asking, is if it's included here and we ultimately decide not to give it to Dan, then that money would be come back. Right, just to make sure you're awesome.
When also,
Chairman?
went out with the animal shelter, their maintenance is not under buildings and grounds, they do their own maintenance. And that's another reason why their budget is higher too. And from my understanding, if they want to take this back to buildings and grounds, they'd be in the mission that certainly could be considered.
Oh,
And buildings and grounds could start paying for
yeah.
it, is what I understand.
Well,
But I don't think you want to do that, but.
the only issue I see coming out of that is the city pays half of budget costs, correct?
Right.
That's why I just put out again.
Right.
They spent a flat amount.
That way, originally it was, they paid half, and that's why.
Well, we pay, we don't pay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so they reimburse us for half, and that's why it's all breaking out again.
The contract, I know they pay a flat fee, but don't they pay 50% any kind of capital maintenance?
On building.
Chairman Garland,
Yes.
on the animal shelter and any other department that we're looking at here, I think we need to be real careful about adding reoccurring cost to this budget and no really means to fund it down the road. I'm trying my best to look down the future. Well, even if we take the 800,000 from the TCRS, and we're not into that part yet, and we're still about $200,000 short. Well, that's, right at $1 million, just round everything out. My question is, next year, when you get to the end of the line, where are you going to pull that $1 million from? I mean, adding reoccurring cost in any budget, and, we've asked a lot of these departments to be very, cut their budgets, and they've done so. So I think we really need to be fair to everyone, every department, in order to, fund their budgets. And I'm not saying cut anybody or anything like that, but even if the animal shelter's budget was left at last year's budget, the county is still funding roughly almost $300,000, and the city is only funding $125,000. Now, you know, I don't know the ratio to that or anything like that, but I did read the agreement that we entered into with this, and it's supposed to be a joint agreement. So I don't know whether it's done in a ratio or not. I wasn't around at that time, but I just hope we'll be mindful of adding reoccurring costs to things that we don't have any way to fund it down the road.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think that animal shelter, I know it's, and that seems to be probably for kind of a few of them that really animal shelter, planning department, and solid waste. I think that Brad was able to, where they get some numbers worked out on those. But I thought if we do have some big questions like that, maybe get those representatives if they want to come Wednesday to kind of, certainly on these new employees that they're looking at. Did I say Wednesday? Thursday, this Thursday, to have those representatives to where we can ask that question exactly. Do you need this person, or kind of work that out, their budget? If we have to, it can be taken back and looked at again before we do make a decision. All those. So, but I'll let Brad, if you want to continue on.
Any other questions on any of those? We'll go through and touch the big items on the list. And one other thing that's included in this budget, that was included in the 1920 budget for the first time, are the contributions to the employee health savings accounts. And that money came as a result of the savings that was realized when we changed insurance brokers last year. And those contributions are in the budget again this year. There's no increase in the insurance premiums, no change. And there was, as requested the other night, number 12 on the list, 3.5 cents on the tax rate has been moved from the general debt service fund to the general fund. And that is $295,750. And number 13, 3 of fee officials are using some of their reserves to fund their budgets. And that total is $43,153 for those 3 officials. It also, to add on what Ross was saying a few minutes ago, the Sports and Recreation Fund had not been decreased any. And they are basing their request from what I got from the presentation on 1920's budget, which included some special items. So you may want to take a look at that, their request too. And the current amount that the solid waste fund is short is $245,025, which that does come from the general fund. And I would like to see if there's, let me back up a minute. Currently, as it stands right now, the estimated revenues exceed appropriation by $87,915. And if there are any more cuts made that result in more excess, I'd like to see those excess funds go back to decrease estimated revenues instead of being appropriated out due to the uncertainty in the revenues.
Yeah, you know, of course, we're just into this pandemic just a few months, and I think really the major impact would be on next year's budget. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about it. 'Cause, I mean, you're just looking at March and, April right now to determine some of these losses and where that revenue is not coming in. So I see next year probably will be the bigger problem. Having to work with what we got. So just something to consider. I will ask on the TCRS, we've school worked at 3.9%. Brad, that's what he's got proposed for us now. As a committee, are we comfortable with that? With using that number, would you like to see run numbers with 5% or 6% or do something like that to maybe look at what it may be next year? Just so we don't, kind of like what Mark's saying, kind of get in the hole.
I think we can continue to cut as much as we can, for everybody to equal playing ground, planning more solid waste, animal shelter, see where we're at as far as over to our farm, less expenditure. And then we will start looking at, like Brad said, either lowering the revenue expectation or maybe increasing that PCRS. I'll take as much from it.
Yeah.
Just because we're balanced now with the surplus, I still think it's important.
Right, and we can, and of course, certainly outside agencies, I think we need to look at those. We can kind of cover that and see. But really, I think the employees are one thing. And some of these places that may need what's animal shelter after. I know the animal control officer. Collectively, I don't think we need to make that happen. Yeah, that was
one part-time, one full-time.
if we can. What is it?
One full-time, part-time, going to full-time, and then part-time.
Okay, so basically just a full-time position going to it. Yeah. Maybe talk if we can get Shannon here, kind of discuss that.
Shannon's on the line right now.
Okay, there, Shannon.
Hey there.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks. You guys?
Yeah, we're all right. We're talking about this general fund right now, and talking about some budgets and things where we're still trying to work this out, considering some cuts maybe, but talking about the positions that you have, looking to take a part-time to full-time, and then also the addition of another part-time and the animal control officer. I don't know if you've been listening to the conversation we just had. We've been talking about. You listening in?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that I think we're not sure that we're going to be able to fund that for the animal control officer, just for questions that exactly how that's going to work out, or who's going to be in that position, or what's going on there.
So in the current budget that I have proposed, there is a full-time animal control officer and a part-time animal control officer. And due to the fact that I don't think that that's going to be 24-hour coverage still, we have moved, which is much needed, a part-time employee to a full-time position that would be reoccurring yearly.
So it's a part-time now that's in your budget. I mean, for next year, it's going to need to be full-time money.
That's correct. I do have one employee who does not need insurance, and so we are debating whether, which employee that we're going to, if approved, would move forward. So that's in debate as well.
Okay. So, I guess you're not really satisfied with the budget you got. Is that kind of what I'm hearing, or?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, are you set on your budget, what you've got turned in now, or is that what you're saying? You're not sure about that number may change before Thursday or the next few days or something?
That has animal control in it. There's quite a bit that has changed with animal control coming back to the shelter in this budget. I'm guessing making around $55,000 to $60,000, just to move animal control back to the shelter. And that's with one full-time position, one part-time position, and that's maintenance on the truck, insurance on the truck, more workman's comp, overtime, because someone has to work regardless on holidays, and I think there's 13 throughout the county. Uniforms, a cell phone. There are several things that had to be increased. Stationery for door knockers had to be increased. So there's several things that was increased just due to animal control coming back to the animal shelter.
Okay. So,
What page is their budget on?
5657. Under rabies and stuff like that. Yes.
So Shannon, I guess the question we have is, with these moves, if we were to do this with animal control, is that something that you're ready to take on, that you feel comfortable with doing, I guess, starting, pretty close to July 1st or August 1st, or whatever you work out with the sheriff's office? Is that, we can give you the money, but if you're not comfortable doing it, it's not something you're ready to do, then that creates a whole other issue.
Sure. And the board, as a board, we have talked about, animal control coming back to the animal shelter. It's something that we would take very serious, and it's something, it would be new to us. It's not like the same position that Freddie had. But we would work, of course, we'll have to work some kinks out. Yes, we can take that on. I understand, that we're in a kind of a crunch now due to the pandemic that's happened. And I spoke with some of our board members. We're willing to work however that it works best for the county this year. Whatever works out best. Yes, we can take it on. And I agree 100% with Sheriff Lunsford. Animal control is a headache. You cannot make everyone happy. But there's certain things, still guidelines that you go by. You're not a miracle worker. You can't solve everybody's problems. But it's one thing that, we would take very serious and work through the county with animal control.
yeah, we appreciate that. I know it is a tough job for anybody. I think we felt, discussing it the other night, that it seemed like there were just too many questions of exactly how that operation was going to work for you guys, or really who was going to be responsible in that position. And I think it seems like we feel maybe it may be more appropriate to kind of stay where it's at in the sheriff's. I know that may not make Chief Parrish happy so much, but
Our position is still gonna be, it's a legitimate requirement. It has not been funded for the last couple of years. We ended up taking it out of HIDE. And our HIDE is kind of, there's no more HIDE there.
yes.
So whether or not you provide the funds to the sheriff's office, or you provide the funds to the animal shelter, this requirement does need to be funded. It's, we're looking at, it's probably 15% of our cost for service. It's a huge need in the county. I mean, everybody feels it in every corner of the county. The animal shelter, it seems like it best nests with them as far as the capability. We can continue to do it because we've been doing it for the last couple of years. But, the county's gonna have to fund it either with us or with them, one way or another.
Thank you.
What was the appropriation with the sheriff's department? What did we set aside for it a couple of years ago?
It was 39,000.
39,000. And it looks like in Shannon's budget, looks like you got about 73, give or take, for it, Shannon.
That's correct. And that's due to, I took an average pay of surrounding areas and the animal control officers, which was around $12 to $12.50 per hour. And that is one full-time, one part-time animal control officers. Now, is that going to give 24-hour coverage? No. So I'm going to have to take some time from one of my full-time employees to run animal control after the duty is done in the afternoons, just to compensate time. There's no way we can get 7 days a week out of one 40-hour full-time and 29.5 part-time. I've reworked the schedule, and with the employees that I have working 7 days a week, there's just no way that I have the staff to rotate a staff member through per week like the sheriff's department does. I wish to goodness I could. I know my employees would be very thankful to have that, but there's just no way with the workload at the shelter that it's able to be done at this time.
Shannon, ever call it the animal control officer goes on this, does the animal shelter accept those animals?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
Does the animal shelter accept every animal the animal control officer takes in?
Yes, sir. Yes, if the animal, if the deputy deems it necessary to call animal control and they deem it necessary to take the animal is brought straight to the animal shelter.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, I guess finding out the best home for this place really is money. We gotta have the money, it sounds like. Either way, but where it needs to go is a big question.
39,000 for the sheriff's office, or 70,000.
Well, I mean, yeah. That seems to make a little more sense.
At least for the remainder of this year.
Yeah.
I think it does need to ultimately end up over there, that there needs to be the appropriate training done for it. And at least this year, we need to cut as many costs as we possibly can, keep things as clean as we can. We don't know what the actuals are actually gonna turn out to be.
Right.
As much as I'd like for them to say that, I think it's all gonna be fine in the end, it may not, so.
Well, I think the goal is to eventually put it back.
Yeah.
But until you get some serious guidelines and protocol and everything else, I think you just open yourself up to bigger problems.
Well, we're
Not even counting
we're really
money.
putting the cart before the horse in a way.
Yeah.
We just want to kind of ramrod it for somewhere and be done and be handled that way.
So one thing that we did discuss, and that was the new proposed laws for Carter County, which we would have already brought to the county commission, but through the pandemic, Mr. Harden has got a draft out. It's been supplied to our animal shelter board. But with those laws, that is another way to make people accountable for their animals running it loose or not having a rabies. And a lot of the bite reports throughout the county that a lot of people's not aware of. So that's one way to cut back on that. And the citations that would be given out is another, not necessarily income, but it could be put towards the animal shelter budget. And it would also help us to get people to be more aware and be more responsible as a pet owner.
Shannon, what would you say the ratio of calls are between the city and the county for animal control? How many times does the city call?
How many city calls? I don't know that we split that up. Chief Parrish may know the numbers the last time we run them. I don't think that we split it up with city and county recently, but I know that the calls are definitely increasing. We have several city calls, but of course the county is much bigger, so we're always going to have more county. But there's several animal calls daily that go through the comm center. We could pull those numbers and have them for you. I just don't have them tonight.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could, and when you get some time, if you could look at that, just to, because we're funding almost 500, and the city gives us 125, I guess. Is that right?
I'd like to also point out that the city is also paying county taxes, so they're actually funding it also. again. The county or the city's actually paying double, but county taxes plus city taxes out on top of it.
Right. Okay, we got any other questions for Shannon while we got her on here?
I go, Shannon, you still there?
Yes, sir.
What's it cost for one employee full-time?
One, like moving one employee full-time to,
One employee that you've got right now, full-time, what's it
uh,
take?
my employees is making, Wendy Mathis has been there 13 to 14 years, and she currently is making $10.53 per hour, which equals out to $21,902.40 per year.
That's including the insurance cost?
No, sir, that is her base salary. I believe her insurance is around $7,200. Is that correct, Brad?
Hers is a little bit more. She's fully paid by the county. Be closer to 8,000.
Okay.
So she gained benefits plus.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Days off. What do you think?
You try to figure out a total package, what a total package?
No, one person.
The whole package,
One
person. What's that, for salary 21, 8,000 for insurance? Well, TCRS is probably.
Well, under the current rate, it'd be probably 33.
I agree. Probably a lot of, should get to its crunch time. I hate to go either way, see somebody, chops. We're gonna have to do something. Three apartments right there, four.
As far as add employees or,
Can't hear you.
yeah, you'll have to speak up.
We got, we'll have to make some cuts, so. We just cannot keep going this way for. I don't want to pick out a reserve department.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, that's the question, because we do have several asking for new employees. And unfortunately, this is a bad time to be trying to help people. We're doing great just to keep the people we got, but that was my question is how essential are these positions that you're asking for? Like Benny is asking for 2 people. Can we work it out and give him 1? To kind of to split that difference, see if we can do that. But I mean, we're still working this thing out. Got a little time left. I know we're getting real close, but those are kind of the questions that we need to figure out.
I really think once I mentioned earlier, maybe probably just leave it on the sheriff's department funding them this year so they get a solid plan in place for next year's budget.
That's what I feel most comfortable with. I mean, they've been doing the job recently. It just sounds like they need more money or the money, not more, with that money for that position. I think in the meantime, let the animal shelter maybe work out some kinks, figure out who they can get hired or whatever, and then next year we can turn it over to them. Because to me, I think it belongs there. If they're bringing those animals there, they can dispatch from there and just bring them right back. That person's around.
Was the money actually set aside in the budget to fund the sheriff's department? It was just never appropriated?
I couldn't find anything.
So it was just kind of left with the general fund and then went from there?
Yeah.
That's how it left you short, Rick, pretty much what you're saying. That's how it left you short, just, paying overtime on that.
I will speak up on behalf of the animal shelter and Benny at the landfill. we do, we've been receiving up until the pandemic, county trustees, which the sheriff has always told us, don't rely on them as an employee, and I 100% agree to that. But they're a tremendous help to us. And when we get them, you know, that takes a workload off of a individual, paying employee individual for being at the landfill and the animal shelter as well. They help tremendous with many things. So, and that's the reason we don't have any now. That's why we're working our staff 7 days a week. And I know Benny has cut back on recycling due to not being able to have trustees. And believe us, we totally understand the reason why at this time. That they are tremendous help and support to both the landfill and the animal shelter.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Shannon, what is your personnel exactly? What do you have as far as on?
I have 4 full-time, and I have 4 part-time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, anything else for Shannon? Of course, you're welcome to stick around and listen in, but thank you for being there, answering those questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. You guys stay safe.
You do the same. All right. What else we got? What else anybody tipping the tongue? So, outside agents, we can go there. Where is that in this book right here? Page 2. All righty, well, let's start at the top. We can start at volunteer fire departments.
Okay, as you can see there, I kind of took on what was being discussed and took some of those increases out. The only increases still in there are the City of Elizabeth Fire Department, Farm, Senior Center, and still have not gotten any response from the Imagination Library.
Yeah, but probably imagine that they'd be looking for 5,000. I thought I saw something that you did receive that. No? I think it was on page 2 of the notes. Yeah, I thought I saw it. Yeah, okay, still not been received. So, I mean, they're aware that we mentioned that to them the other night.
They received a letter plus at least 2 phone calls from us.
Okay.
Well. Hey, Brad, I don't see, or am I missing it? American Legion guys, Honor Guard? Yeah.
Yeah, they're over here.
About
halfway there.
Oh, there it is. I wasn't expecting Cartagena to be there. Did they ever pick up the money that we approved them last year?
No, I don't think so.
So we don't need to give them anything this year because they still got the money that we appropriated for last year.
I don't think they were paid that.
I think they picked up the cities in February.
I think that what they're doing is picking it up at the end of the cycle, what they're doing for the previous year. They're waiting a full budget year to pick it up. So it's kind of following. It's what I think, that's what he said before.
Well, because he said he was going to take this money and buy uniforms.
That was what he had said last year as well. So that was the same thing. I'm not saying I don't think they need to get the money.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I mean, if they're not going to use it, then we don't need to put it in there. I don't know, Brad, if you can contact him to see, kind of clear that up, because if that's the number we can take off of here, cut it in half or whatever, try to do that.
Because I don't care to give them 10 grand, but
yeah,
we gave them 10 grand for the uniforms last year.
Yeah.
And there was some other stuff on there as well. really think they need to be replaced after 1 year.
But they don't think it's anywhere.
But
At least we fix it up.
Now.
June, we take next year's appropriation off and waste money all next year.
Yeah.
Well, and then he also said, we won't be looking to get money next year. He said that.
Yes.
I mean.
Yeah, let's get some clarification on that.
I mean, don't get me wrong,
No,
I just want to help them out, but,
Yeah, I wasn't aware that it.
but 10 grand still laying there, so. That's all they need, sure, go ahead. So Parks and Rec stayed at 25,000?
That's City of Elizabeth. Yeah. I mean, the 55 to city, fire department, City of Elizabeth Fire Department, that's one we've got to talk about, kind of work that out. I know we're seeing a little bit mixed on, funding them, not funding them, but to me, I think we need to give them a little bit, 55,000 is out of the question myself, but, if there's some kind of compromise or negotiation between us, if we can come up with something.
Chairman Garland,
Yes.
on the fire department, after thinking about what Ms. Collins said the other night, if we could, appropriate them $10,000 a year, and in 10 years that'd be $100,000. I think that'd go a long way in furnishing, a partial payment on a truck or whatever. And that's just kind of my thoughts on it.
Yeah, thank you. Any other thoughts where we stand? What do you guys think?
I think you know where I stand.
We know where you stand. Are you saying let's give them $55,000?
I'm saying that if you're going to give buffer money that's not even in your county, you need to give, there was a fire department which is in your county that is paying actual tax.
Yeah, that's true. And a statement, somebody mentioned this kind of informally the other night. The City of Elizabeth Fire Department is not asking us free. We don't do that anything. The police department, I'm sorry. So.
That's kind of my next question. Don't get me wrong, if they come up next year and they say, hey, we need to buy a ladder truck, I'm all for it. I'm all for helping them buy a ladder truck, replacing a ladder truck. That is a major asset to the county. If we did not have that ladder truck, we'd have to go to Johnson City, we'd have to go to Kingsport, we'd have to have somebody else come in and buy the ladder truck. The county has used that ladder truck on multiple occasions in different situations, and they've never hesitated to help out the volunteer fire departments if needed. But the same goes with the volunteer fire departments. They've never hesitated to help out the City of Elizabeth if needed. Several times, volunteer firefighters have went and manned city stations when there was a death and they were attending a funeral or they were doing it. So I mean, you have a great working relationship between those fire departments. Where we draw the line, if it's to help out a truck or something that's going to be a large asset to the county at large, sure. But, I love the police department, I love the fire department, I love the city. Does the police department come next year and ask for money to help fund the building payment?
Well, it's Butler.
No, I'm
Johnson County Police Department.
I'm all for getting rid of paying Butler $5,000 at the end. Don't mistake me on that. I said that last year and the year before.
So you can go back and tell them that,
Well, that's.
Butler or Johnson County's police departments would ask who Carter County for money, that their fire department is. Or I'd be happy to tell them that.
So, what's the request for? I thought it was for a truck.
Me too.
Is that payment on their to replace their contract?
That's what I thought it was a truck.
We're finding a triple combination offer, $495,000 on a 20-year bond.
What did he pay the monthly payment? Did he
It's
pay?
all figured in.
It's on the bond with the renovations and repairs. It's one big.
I believe they also want $133,000 grant to go toward the first fire truck. $133,000, I believe.
Like I said, next year they come up and they say, hey, we want to replace our ladder truck this time. I'm all for it. Let's do it. If it was this year, I'm all for it. Let's do it. Well, they'll make a payment on it because it's a tremendous asset
Would it be feasible to take the 5,000 from Butler, put 5,000 with it, to 10,000?
I was gonna say, let's give them at least 5,000, not really put Butler in, because Butler, and it's hard to understand that, if you go by volume of calls, and Johnson County give them 20,000, right? And I forget
Yes.
that number, but it was way higher than what they want for the 11 or 16 calls that we answered. Yeah, 16 calls, that increased. But and one thing that stuck out to me on them is when, I guess the chief said, or it was somebody that said this, dispatcher, somebody, that they're not giving us, if they won't give us any more money, we're not going to answer their calls. So that I didn't really appreciate that, but I'd hate to see us cut them out completely and they never even pick up the phone. Because I think they do answer some, it could be potentially life-saving. And I hate to cut them out just to stay on some kind of
We've also
good
got to
grace
take
and
into
have their
account
service.
on the substation possibly going in.
Yeah.
We've got a load of substation.
If that's going to be part of it, I mean, we just appropriated $25,000 for that substation.
The mayor's wanting to talk, Ross. Ross, the mayor's trying to get your attention.
Hey guys, I know the 16 calls are not much, but they're a 5 on the ISO rating. That's the only reason I even suggested last year to keep them on the roster. They're a 5 on the ISO rating.
But the County Fire Association also has an MOU with an understanding that they're going to answer those calls regardless of whether we give them money or not.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. I just said they're saving those big homes up there a lot of money, but that's not the reason. That's the only reason I said anything last year about giving them a little bit, because you got those big houses up around the lake. That's again a 5 rating, and if we don't use them, it possibly go to either somewhere between a 7 and a 10.
Well, I mean, I'm all for taking that $5,000 and maybe it's more, and if it means putting a fire truck or Elk Mules on hands, and if they would be willing to put that in that substation managed, I would rather see those monies go there to do that than I would see them go to Butler at this point in time.
Okay, I agree. Since you suggested that, I definitely agree, but I didn't want to bring that up.
I think the city fire will get rid of the fire truck.
Trust me, I'm not gonna put the cost I've got on this.
Well, as Patty said, take the 5,000 away and give it to the city. Is that what you said, kind of on those lines?
Reiterate the funding, to the city fire department.
Just I'd help with this.
Just help with their
What at this point?
1 year.
I mean, I always look at it like the city and the county are separate for a reason. We have our own separate buddy rules for a reason. If we want to go away from that and do a municipal government, and look at it that way, everybody's paying their fair share. That's nothing to look at. But while they're separate,
I don't look at it that way, because I think if you're in the county, whether you're in the city or not, so you're paying county taxes. And in addition, in the city, you're paying city taxes. That should be.
well, same thing could go be said for county students trying to go to Elizabeth High School. Their taxes go there as well.
True.
City taxes.
Sort of like, that is. Do it as a one-time grant.
I mean, we're just wrong. uniforms, but you won't give $5,000 or $10,000 to the fire department. It does not make sense to me. I'm sorry. And nothing against the honor guard, because I'm not saying take that money away at all, but
And I guess there would be the first call on the industrial park and things like that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I try to stay neutral when it comes to the fire department because I kind of know those guys, but hats off to them. They do they do at least 2 64-hour classes for our volunteer fire departments have between 30 and 35 in each class that certifies them through a 64-hour class. So I do have to hats off to them for that, and they don't charge us anything for that.
that's a good point. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, do they not charge the county for the skill day?
County for what?
Skill day?
I didn't hear what he said.
The skills day, do they charge us for, I guess, putting that on and being part of that?
Skills days. Now I'm not sure about the skill. I haven't had a bill from them. I don't, I know, we bought the books come out of, the EMA's budget there one year. We bought their books for them. Is that correct, Mr. Smith?
Correct. I also, help cover some of the overtime costs for the instructors on skill set.
We're stuck on the fire.
Well, we can also look at the children's advocacy center, like the funding that comes from court costs. You're looking at $3,500 budget year for them from the court costs. You can offset it, take, away from it, spend on $1,500, that offsets them, it puts them at $5,000. There's $1,500 there.
Was last year the first time we funded them anyway?
No, I think
who am I
probably
thinking? Kids like us.
kids like that.
Yeah, the Children's Advocacy Center, wouldn't it be better to say that we'll fund up to $5,000 minus whatever this board needs to take care of?
We can say, I guess we really got to put a concrete number in there.
I go back, I think that I agree. You cut them down to $1,500 or $2,500. Let the court costs pick up the rest next year, and court costs to be $5,000, $6,000, whatever. That may be funny later. I would just hate to cut them all, cut them down, give them $500.
I was just trying to average out a year of what the court cost would be and then cut on my side and fund the difference.
Would you feel comfortable, just cutting that in half, 5,000 now, 2,500? Set it at that.
They end up with more.
I was looking for another 2,000, 1,500.
No, 2,500 is fine.
25?
Yeah. I mean, it's the Children's Advocacy Center, so them having a little extra money is not going to break anybody's heart overall.
Yeah, I think we can all agree. That statement.
well, didn't you say some of that like Shepherd's?
Also, Shepherd's the same way.
Yeah. And he takes, what he said, that
He pays his
12,000,
mortgage with that.
I guess he just pays like upfront for a whole year, and that's it. So I hate to take anything less and then not be able to make their rent payment.
That was the only my concern there, because I know they pay their mortgage rent or whatever with those funds. I'm not really sure how much that is.
What are they, 12, they're on 12?
But you're still looking at them averaging through the court costs, minimal $5,000.
Yeah. And of course,
We're
you
talking
heard,
about cutting to the bare bones on things.
yeah, I know, and you heard it
And I don't want to cut any of them, but
his statement of, I guess how many, I forget, nights or whatever they had last year, as far as this year, it was astronomical.
Yeah.
There's already over 1,000
I really hate to change that much. And take it down. Yeah, right.
Of course, they all have.
Yeah.
They all have. That do the fundraising.
I'm just not, those two, we won't be completely taken away from.
Right, yeah, and
Court costs
they're
offset
still getting
what we're
it,
getting on anyway, that's just an option, we're definitely not saying, they're really not losing anything, even if the settlement's the same, take that away.
Maybe set it at 10, what do y'all think of that? For Shepherd's Inn?
Plus they get it, so, yeah.
They've already picked up a check for what, $17.50?
Yeah.
The average one will be for the 6 months.
That was the rest of this year, the budget year.
This year goes, in March, there was $84 total to split 2 ways, and then 168 in April.
That's where they're so slow. We're March and April, we don't take anything in reports right now.
We determined the honorary pick up her check yet.
Who?
Honorary.
No.
So we're talking about those are slow months, whatever. If they average 250, for every month, that's $3,000 right there. Sir.
Y'all trying to find a place to pull money, pennies and dollars here.
Yeah, so you might stay in the front because it.
I'll do, animal control for another year. All right. Is that all right for you, Shannon? You listening? She got. Speak out.
Yes, sir.
There she is, yeah.
Does that help out?
I'm sorry.
I will do animal control for another year. That'll give you to July.
Yes, sir.
2021. But 37,000 versus the 70,000. We've done it for 2 years without the funding there. As the chief said, it sometimes it gets.
Yeah,
it does. It gets. And Brad will tell you are we still in red on the payroll? Right now. We're short a position, which we're trying to fill, which helps. Yeah. Looks like I'm gonna be a little short on the payroll. So see, but we'll do it till July 2021, then we'll revisit it next year. Maybe between now and then I can meet with Shannon and maybe we can help her see if we can work out some kind of an on-call schedule, which is what we do instead of trying to have somebody there 24/7. You can't do that. It takes 4 people to do that. 4 full-time.
Yeah.
To cover 24/7, anything. So that's why we have 4 shifts at the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
But we do it on an on-call basis. So that's.
Yeah, that was.
Just want to throw that in. Just want to throw that in.
That's kind of the discussion we had that we feel that it's.
I had the same problem over there. I kept trying to hit the button.
Yeah. Should have called somebody. That it's critical that we need this position somewhere. Sounds like the best deal is, as Isaiah said, it's
animal control is an absolute immediate necessity. It's not to the level where people want it. Not riding around picking up strays.
Yeah.
We can't do that. The animal control can't handle it. I make a joke with 5,234 stray dogs in the county. We can't house them all.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
But we appreciate you saying that. We got to get you the money to.
Well, we'll work on that together.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. We appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, the mayor.
What are you guys going to do with Net Trap? Yay or nay?
Well, we hadn't got there yet, but the 20,000 is, I think, the number that we're talking about. They'd asked for 40 kind of originally, but I know that that's not in favor. So I think 20. I think everybody would feel okay with the 20. And I hate to. I just don't want to cut them out completely and just sever ties with them because big
Yeah.
picture, I think that is, you know, a good agency to have on our side. Maybe it's like, I think Isaiah said, as far as county, you know, we need somebody in a position that way to strictly help our county and be working for the county because they spend more time elsewhere. But I do feel like they give us some help. Question is, do we want to take 20 set aside for our position, or, you know, to do that? Let Brad put that, whatever I would call that. Whatever you got.
Currently, it's in there.
It is in
We
there.
already have, can we say we already said that's not?
Okay, so it was recognized for this next year. Okay. That help, Mr. Mayor?
I was just curious. I'd heard a couple that wasn't happy with them, but I agree with you. We need to stay in the game with them. But I didn't know if you wanted to cut them a little bit or not more, but it's up to you guys, whatever you think. I'm on that board, but I mean, we need to stay in the game though.
Yeah, we don't want to make it too hard on you the next board meeting you go to or anything.
Right.
But anybody know what the city's giving? Because I know they're still on there. What they were, about 40 or so or
I
something?
think they're just
40. All right, what else we got?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on that next trip, would it hurt to cut that to 15,000 and take that 5,000 and do something in another? I mean, I do agree we need to be in a certain level, but and he did request 40,000, but in his presentation he cut back to 20.
Yeah.
I don't think any of these, I think a lot of these organizations realize what a situation we're going to be in here. So
I probably need to sit back.
I think that
There's where I need to be.
I think that you know, you might, you know, take a little bit from them and put it somewhere else.
Yeah, it's possible. I'd like to get some other thoughts on that, or you guys okay with 20? Do you want to knock them down some more?
I don't disagree at all with Mark. I think everybody knows my feelings about that. But right now, economic development, not happening.
Yeah.
We're looking at, that's the last thing that's going to be going on for the next year. I mean, my husband's in construction and it doesn't even, he has no clue when he's going to be going back to work. So I think all the construction workers are at home right now, kind of development. So it's just something to consider for the next year anyways.
Y'all rather see the 15 and 20?
No, believe me, I understand. I just don't, you know, it goes blank, we don't really have it.
Right, we still don't, we're still very, it's cloudy still. It's the broader picture.
But, you know, they're the only ones kind of, right now, you've got the city doing things for the city, which ultimately helps the county. Don't have anything as of yet. You said that the additional $20,000 is set aside in 2021. I mean, I'm good with that.
And like Chairman Lyons has discussed, maybe in the near future, we can get back into the talks with the city as far as the joint position, and then readdress it with NetRed and when it comes there, but economic development, I don't know, is time right now.
Yeah, I think that will continue to pursue that position, at least talk through the next year. Hopefully be able to
Things start looking
have something where we can set that money
Little
aside,
better.
have that in place for next year, a position like that. I'm pretty comfortable with the 20, you know, we cut it way back last year, and we're still fighting for it then, but, so I'm okay with it. But not against it if we want to bring it down to 15.
Take that 5,000 and the 5,000 from the vote, give it to us in our department. So I had to.
Yeah, that gets us 10 right there.
What would you think about
I think that'd be good, because there's no reason.
I mean, I know we won't fund no matter what, but if they're not picking up the money,
Yeah.
they're making them get this money coming for next year, then it makes it equal, they can always get that back.
Yeah.
But they do provide a service. that
Yeah.
better deserves.
That's pretty good. What do y'all think, 5,000 for the honor guard?
Yeah. And can we all agree that if they need more, they can?
Yeah, that's what I think so, but I mean, they got, they're sitting on G and K right now.
By the time, yeah, it rolls over.
And if we need, if we comes up, this plan dies, like that, we have to do.
What are you saying, Isaiah?
Take the 2 fives, put 5 to the city and 5 to the volunteer fire department.
Where's the other 5?
Honor guard and net rep.
Okay, so we want to get, y'all feel like 15 for that rep, kind of consensus?
I think I agree with Isaiah, 5,000 to the volunteer fire department, 5,000 to the city.
Yeah, I know equipment wise, that's basically what you have to pay for volunteer fire departments. That's always good.
Can't do that. It won't provide equally.
There's 7 of them.
Just kidding.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Well, actually, that money, that has to be, was it specifically, does it have to be for tourism? For economic development?
That we did.
Yeah, I mean, will that voted in that way, that's what I'm asking. When we voted it in, for commission,
For the economic development position or whatever.
right, for that money. I mean, is it like in their contract or something? I can't
Well, that's just what they wanted us to kind of come to the table with, really.
remember. Well, I know when it first came up.
The yearly appropriation. I mean, we cut them by $20,000 last year.
Right, yeah, that's true. Well, but within the side.
Yeah, the money's coming out of general fund.
Right, yeah. Right, are we gonna roll that 20,000 that we set aside this year, like a reserve account for that economic development?
Yeah, he said we had done this. So it's-
That's what last year, well, we put 20 more into like 40, or whatever. Okay.
It'll be a total of 40.
The thing I was gonna say about the volunteer fire departments, the better. Thing I was gonna say about the volunteer fire departments, is, you know, all their monies are either donations, fundraisers, or monies from us. You know, the city does receive tax funds for their fire department, and, you know, that is pretty much what they have. You know, I don't know fundraiser wise this year, how much fundraising we'll be able to do. A lot of events and stuff are closing, it all depends on what the governor says. You know, I can't speak for anything else other than what I've seen in Hampton. I'm sure the other stations are doing the same thing. You know, they've instituted a policy where if they go on a call, no matter what, if it's cat stuck up a tree call, which they don't do, but if it's cat stuck up a tree and they get back to the station, they walk down every service on the truck. They walk down their gear, everybody's in, and disinfect and sanitize. So that, you know, we just had to give Abby more money to buy more disinfectant, more sanitizer. You know, things are gonna go up. The fire departments are in the same issue. So I would like to see, at least if we're gonna give, you know, if we're gonna give the city some money, I would always like to see them. I know we can't add or give them their $35,000, $30,000.
Yeah, they want 5 apiece, I believe.
You know, but I would like to at least see us give them a little bit. Because they are having to take this hit too.
So if we're, I agree with Isaiah, the 5,000 from net rep, I also want to add on to that. I'd like to give the 5,000 from Butler to our volunteer fire department.
Completely take Butler out.
gives our volunteer fire department $10,000.
Yeah, I'm just afraid if we take it away from them, we'll never hear from them again. I mean, as far as getting any help out of it. But you're saying, I mean, we got an MOU with them that they're supposed to respond. I mean, is that something legally we can, you know?
The county fire association is one, you know, they sign the MOU, that they're the ones that enter into those agreements. In all honesty, many years, moons ago, we agreed to pay them their $20,000, $25,000, whatever it was, the initial amount was. You know, after talking to people with the fire association, you know, we kind of stepped on their toes. In all honesty, we kind of stomped on them. Because we went out, it was a good idea, don't get me wrong, it's a very good idea. And I don't think that any of the fire departments disagree that, you know, coverage in that direction is expanded. Look at what Hampton is doing now. I think that they've even had calls over another substation up on the other side. But, you know, we do have county fire departments, even though they're volunteers, so we need to support them. And if we see that that's a need, you know, we're putting a substation, then let's support that need. You know, whether that be Hampton or Elk Hills or both or either or whatever.
Yeah, let's really make it happen. Take that off.
You know, because I know that it's probably, in all honesty, it's going to be easier to get fire truck up there than it's going to be to get an ambulance. Because that, you know, that's quite a bit more money. So I mean, I would rather see us expand that out on the county side, and do that than pay another county fire department to come and respond to calls on a regular basis. Now, you know, if we still have an MOU or something like that, you know, they answer an abnormal amount of calls or something like that, mutual assist or something, then fine. You know, let them come to us and say, hey, we answered 30-some calls this past year, and we need some more money or something. But I just can't see that. In my head, it just doesn't make sense why we would fund. You know, I'm sure Butler does a great job. I just don't understand why we would, if we have the services, why are we smacking our people in the face by going to another county and saying, hey, you provide service?
Yeah.
I agree with that, chance. We moved everything we had.
I think it got there before they did,
I
is
think
that kind of?
Hampton responded there before Butler did.
Well, now does anybody know where that fire department is? Is that? Is it
It's
in-
right, but it's right in Butler.
It is.
Kevin Baker got left, it's not that next to the program park.
Who, as far as, let's say, some of this Butler area of Carter County, who would get there quicker, Elk Mills or Hampton, as far as, is it just kind of?
I'd say because you have more active members, probably Hampton.
Well,
A lot of those people have no work.
yeah,
And,
just by staff numbers. and
yeah,
everything.
about that. A truck on the road faster.
I drive every day, everything that comes up, every fire comes up,
They ran out of
Everybody
time.
responds. 348 calls a day. There was most of them volunteers.
Hampton is really, you know, they really moved in that membership wise and doing things to try to make it better on the members, try to make it better on their response units. You know, they just got a new fire truck, they remodeled, basically rebuilt the rescue truck, the rush truck. You know, they're doing a lot. And that's not to put down any other department, don't get me wrong. I can only speak for Hampton because I've seen Hampton. My old stomping ground. You know,
Well, I did go meet with the chief there, and the technology that they have implemented in that fire department is unbelievable right now. I mean, it was very impressive, and they're doing it on funds they received from the fundraisers, the fireworks, anything like that. But it's unbelievable what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, it's impressive.
Really, we have a lot on fireworks, sales, ban all outside fireworks. sales. Volunteer fireworks only.
Yeah.
Chance, like, just got a fire, it was about 15 miles. What was station thing?
Oh, not that far. And they would even better.
Sunny Creek, it was,
Of course, I mean, there could have been conflicts with who could get in there, you know, something. I don't know what to do on that.
Well, the flip side of that is, you know, they continuously tell us, they told us this year, they told us last year. You know, there's always issues with communicating with other councils, with communicating with Johnson County Council. Johnson County didn't get the call, they didn't get paid, we can't talk about the Clark County or something. Like, I'm not surprised on anything else, if we're gonna pay for additional fire services, pay for fire services, then let's talk with Hampton and Elk Mills, and let's see about getting that truck up there and that's built, getting fire services, additional fire services in that part of the county.
All right, so y'all comfortable with just taking that 5 away from Butler? Yep.
Yep.
Everybody is.
So many accidents around that place, that's the fire in that area. It'd be a double plus.
What's that?
Substation.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I've already had 3 or 4 people, I mean, that they're just talking right now that's going to probably join the Elk Mills Fire Department once we get the substation. They live right in there around where we're putting that one. And they said they're thinking about joining, so that'll help response time right there, you know. That's about 7 miles from there to Elk Mills. It don't seem like it, but I think they said it's 7 miles from Elk Mills Station to where the substation is. So that would really help.
Yeah, that's a pretty windy road back through there too. Takes some time to travel in. Okay. -5 there. And we want to give that to, I know right. We want to give volunteer fire departments $1,000 each for all 7 of them, and that's 7,000. Oh, 16?
Yeah, 16.
Right. 7 fire departments. I thought there were 7.
7.
7?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was 7 was right. Okay.
No, that's county, yes.
Yeah. It's 1,000.
16, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, while you're talking about the fire department, I want to go back to Elizabeth. They did not send me a bill for the overtime or anything like that. I contacted them because they were training county fire volunteers.
Yeah.
They did not bill me. That was something I offered to them.
Right.
Now, I want to make sure everyone understands.
Okay.
So just to recap, Mr. Smith, Gary Smith stated that the fire department of the city didn't ask for those monies that were given out of his account, that it was a volunteer thing for us to do so because of the hard work and things that the city had put into that class to train our fire department. We do greatly appreciate all that work. Without that, I'm not mistaken, they'd have to go way out of county to even have.
It's almost impossible because with volunteers, the city work around their schedule in order to be able to train. Because other classes and set days, and those folks can't make set days because of their work schedule. The city accommodated that and you figured out a way to make that happen. It's a great program. And I will tell you, it's paid dividends beyond what anybody recognizes because of the camaraderie just between the county departments because they train together.
Yeah.
And then same with the city. So that's a great program and I can give enough kudos to the city fire department for stepping up that volunteer to do that.
Yeah. That's good. Good to hear. Thank you for volunteering some of your folks to help out in that. So what's that get us? So we want to give about $1,000 to each one of those departments. So 7 departments, volunteers, 7,000. So that'd be a plus there. How about City of Elizabeth? What's that number we're kind of working to now? 10, are we there something? You close to that?
First number,
5, why?
Not an auction, Rob.
Honest mistake there, sorry. But we kind of agree we want to give them something. $5,000.
Gary, what was the total that that you ended up, gifting them for the overtime expenses for that training class?
Well, the actual overtime was just over $1,000.
Can you say that number?
Just over $1,000.
Where was the net rec money going? I thought -5, but I don't know where to put it.
We've just thrown it all around, I believe.
Well,
That
that's
was
what I
basically
confused
two.
about, because originally, I mean, we said 5,000 from net rev and
We're also in
5,000
that
for the
floating
county honor
5,000.
guard.
You know, got floating 5,000 from the honor guard as well.
And then 4,500 from, Shepherd's Inn. So we kept it.
We took 2,000 from Shepherd's Inn,
Well,
tipped that.
okay.
It's 2,500 to the children's advocacy. Yeah.
4,500, I'm just trying to get total.
And one we haven't talked about is our Assistance Resource Ministries. They're wanting $5,000
Extra.
Yeah.
What, did they say specifically what that was for?
Did you say something about the box truck or the van or something like that that they were using to transport money on rentals or something? And of course, I mean, what did we give them as far as the
7,500 for their
HVAC?
HVAC.
Chairman Garland,
Yes.
I know that ARM is a worthwhile cause, but in our situation, I'm good with giving them the same as they received last year. And that, you know, there's, I don't know, you know, what, you know, these agencies expect, but in the economic times that we're going to be facing, I would assume that they would be happy if we could just match what we did last year.
Yeah, I'd say you're right. I'm sure everybody was, you know, they asked for more, hoping that we can give it. I'm sure they're grateful for every penny we do give them, so. We can cut that, you know, not cut it, leave it at 5 if everybody thinks so. If it comes to them needing a box truck or they really got an emergency, and kind of see where we stand. To help them out that way, so.
So we've got 2,000 from Shepherd's Inn,
Mhm.
2,500 for the child, 5,000 from ARM, 5,000 from net rev, right? And then 5,000 from the development department. We didn't really go to the fire department plus another 2,000.
Oh, then you forgot the, honor guard.
I think you said honor guard.
Okay.
I was gonna say something about ARM. I agree with Mark. A lot of these agencies do help the community. The ARM, to me, stands out as the agency that everybody knows to go to for help, as far as it's publicly known. A lot of these agencies, I don't think a lot of people know about these agencies unless they're reaching out to them. ARM, in the times that we're in, we've got children, we've got a lot of people out of work. They're hungry and some people are not receiving unemployment benefits. That agency, I think, is important in our community right now out of a majority. All agencies are important, but that agency is known in your mind when you say, I need to get assistance or help. People know to go to ARM. And I'm concerned about cutting it.
Well, not necessarily cutting it, but just not funding them more.
Well,
They can still come to us on that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we can keep that one kind of just, of question mark beside it, but I mean, no less than
Not paying
5,000.
them, but I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like that is one agency that may need us
The
right now.
increase, yeah.
Just because I think kids in our community, families in our community recognize ARM as somewhere to go.
Yeah.
Some of these other agencies, you've got to reach out for information for them. You know, like in the court system, we know to tell people to go to ARM when they need help without having to give them a brochure, or give them a phone number. That's just my thoughts on that. I want to be careful with that particular agency.
Well, I mean, we can continue thinking about this too. We got Thursdays, really when we decide what to actually give them to them.
Because, I mean, you know, the school systems, right now, they're giving out an unlimited amount of food right now, feeding the community. I mean, it's just unbelievable what they're doing. Yeah, so, and that program does end, so, I mean, we need to be careful with our community as far as our children not eating, our families not eating.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something I'd like to discuss here after we cover this about those cafeteria workers. I know some things have been said recently about that. We can talk about that in a few minutes.
I want to mention one, make that one, what about Isaiah House? I mean, they can get a lot of financial support. I mean, they have a lot of cash flow.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it's a great feeling story, but she's talking about national recognition.
Across the state, though, she's really getting a lot of help.
Well, I think that even.
That goes to that specific town.
Yeah.
Instead of just serving our town. So I asked her about that, you know, she goes to Sullivan County, we're not getting any of that money.
Just goes to Sullivan County.
That's my understanding now. That changed with all of it.
One thing to look at.
And it's hard up here in this county, that's why I hate to do too much to it. 'cause
Yeah, well, it
we're the
really
founders,
is.
we're the founders,
Yeah,
she's the founder.
yeah. Well, like I said, and it's something to be proud of that they started here. She had a vision of that.
Another way to look at it is the county is funding essentially 2 part-time employees for only $5,000 for an entire year.
Yeah, is that what she got to?
That's all she has here is 2 part-time employees.
Yeah, that'd be tough right there. And of course, last year was the first year they asked us for money.
You know, you get to think about it, all these people here are forced through us.
Yeah.
We're the taxpayers. Because a lot of counties are actually cutting off everybody.
Yeah.
And they should appreciate anybody.
Oh, yeah, I know they do, but you're right about that. And, you know, a lot of these are overlapping services also. You're doing kind of the same thing in multiple places, but, you know, listen to the stories and people presenting these on their proposals, it's hard to, you know, really turn that. You want to help them if we can. It's kind of a tough time we're in, so.
Chairman Garland?
Yes.
I do have a question. On the Senior Citizen Center, I noticed they wanted a $5,000 increase. I don't remember, what did they say that was for?
I just think they're running a deficit general.
Arlie?
I think they were the whole last year.
Are they,
And then they lost it on the fundraisers. They lost
only
it on-
receive funding from us and the fundraisers? They don't have that anymore.
Yeah, they lost their budget.
They get somebody in with the local United Way.
And that's it, I think.
I think they lost it on a couple of breaks.
And to that same aside, vocational rehab is like adding to their roster this year and that sort of thing, so.
Well, I think that vocational rehab, I think that kind of also comes over from last year too. Because last year, that's one of the things they were wanting to do, is if we could give them the $37,000 they were asking for last year, they would be able to get a matching grant or something from the state to be able to fund 2 positions or another position or something. We just could make it work. So I think some of that can be last year, but that it may be a different thing.
Still on there, Mark?
Yes, sir.
I think it's last year here at Fort Lauderdale. Talk about cutting.
Well, speak up.
We were talking about cutting some on the senior citizens. I'm not kidding. never stop. It run off.
Yeah, I remember getting letters and all that.
It's unreal. They're older people, and this is all they have to do, go dance, or eat a meal, or something like that, you know. I'd rather see it stay where it's at.
I'm looking at notes I had from the other night. It says, I think their numbers, 58% county, 32% city.
No disrespect to your people.
Yeah. Well, Marcus, he's.
I am a senior there. You don't have to worry about that.
They put too much pressure on the dry ridge. He knows how to make the cut, so.
They take food out to the county and check on people.
They're good fun.
You know, sometimes that's the only people they see.
You know, Willie, I wasn't for cutting them. I was just saying if we could fund them the same as last year, you know, that's basically kind of the way I was looking at it. Maybe that's not okay, and that was the reason I was asking about if they had a specific need for those extra funds.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Well, I think it's
Well, they asked.
harder for them to go and have our washes.
Oh, you're right. Why is that? I bet they might have a good bake sale.
Normally they do.
They do a good breakfast.
But since that farms, they come in and give them the
Right.
breakfast, fundraiser they have.
Well, and of course, we're not cutting. We need to give them $2,500 of the 5,000 they're asking for. Do you think they need that need?
I think quite a whole lot now.
Yeah.
We are an aging community, so I think you're going to see an increase in senior activity up there. Brad, historically on the senior citizens center, have they always been consistently at 20 grand, or is this a year over year thing that they're adding the fund, that they're needing to add funds to?
Seemed like last year that y'all gave them more than they asked for. There was one or two agencies that gave them more than they asked for.
That sound like us, are you sure?
Most cities give like the library program.
Yeah. Well, I mean, kind of put the question mark beside that right there. But we don't want to go any less than 20. We know that.
No.
I'm okay with the 25 as well. I mean, I wish my granddad would have got involved in something
Well,
like that.
we all have an older generation.
Yeah.
Gotta take care of them.
58% of the county is over 60, I think, something like that.
Yeah, that's a number I saw there. And you got no increase for the library. You took that out, I see, because they were asking for more work.
Yeah, was she under the impression that you can get $75,000?
I think so. It seemed like she said that. She said she wasn't aware, did she, that we got an increase?
I mean, I knew she was a new director too.
Yeah.
I think she was going off of, interim submitted to the state, for the MOU, he also said 65, 6 to 75.
Yeah, they got up there supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I just knew.
Well, I'm feeling for it, so I know what we're getting at.
That cuts us 18.5. Those 5.
And Red Cross legitimately needs less funding this year.
I guess.
We're not gonna question that.
Yeah.
That's not a discussion.
There's actually a lot of questions about Red Cross fees. For a while, they were going to pick it
Yeah,
up.
then they came at the last minute, last budget.
Well, it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and our fact was an email to the director at the time. They go for a lot of director changes.
Yeah, well, there's a different girl last year, I know.
And so, I sent an email to her, and she's like, well, I didn't even know you all give us funding. I know we've sent letters, it's really good. So I think there's just.
Well, the issue when they moved out of the area, you couldn't find applicants, so you started getting a job in the city, then everybody was fine.
Yeah, oh, I know, I remember, and that's why I had just sent them an email, just reach out, and like, hey, who are you, why are we sending money and you're not accepting it?
And we can always, we can give them 2,000 or 1,500, you know. Cleveland happens.
Well, Red Cross is one of those things, like somebody, they work kind of in conjunction with the fire department. Somebody loses the house, they're there, they help with the hotel room, that night, there's all kinds of things that they do, so. Oh, they also do what are they called? Smoke detector installation and stuff like that, and basically anybody that calls on there. So.
It's a very beneficial, in government, you have a lot of gaps. You have things the government are responsible for, and you have things that outside that's one of those gaps. You know, like I said, we can't just take a credit card and pay for a house or something like that, or pay for the apartment for somebody, or a hotel room for somebody that's got a fire, but that's what they do. You know, I just think, like I said, they have a lot of director changes. I think that's been the issue for the last several years.
I'll be welcome.
Remember, I asked a question, you know, the $2,000 check, made it specifically to Carter County, you know, it would stay in Carter County. When the Round Mountain flood took place, a lot of the money that went through Round Mountain left here and went with the Red Cross, because it wasn't designated to that flood.
Say if you don't designate it.
It's it. Anytime you write a check, you got to designate Carter County.
Mr. Smith?
I can tell you the Red Cross has been very part of county. We've had a lot of entries where they have had to come in and, take care of people because of flooding, fires, and different things, and they have been fantastic.
We just keep them right there, then, where they're at. I mean, that's 1,500 less than.
I was going to say the money, you know, people write checks, they need to know.
Yeah.
Just stay here.
All right, where we at now? Moving on down, anything else?
The Imagination Library,
Yeah.
I really think we will set the $5,000 aside.
Maybe just because
And if anybody knows that, it's something to make call.
well, I need to do that. I know I pretty well, actually.
I used to have this in ordinance just to make sure. So that is an absolute appropriate. I hate to see that.
Yeah, we get in touch with him. I think he has.
Something has happened. Now, if they genuinely do not need money,
Yeah.
that's great. I think something happened. I think they're dropping the communications on their end or something. I know Brad monitors that.
But yeah, you've talked to him since Monday night when we met or had a chance to. You called him.
The lady from the library, I think.
Yeah.
He was gonna try to reach out.
But hadn't. Man, there's some good books for kids under, I forget the age.
Under
five.
Go all the way up until they start kindergarten. Both my kids got it.
Two.
On current.
Yeah.
But
For now.
for now, yeah. I can tell you that, you know, Pat speaks really highly of whenever Mr. Hicks does come in, you know, in a lot of instances, that's the only book that a lot of these kids see.
Yeah.
And I know Kelly probably talked more about that than I. That's, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking, those books they give out, one of them might be $10 book. Books are.
They're good books.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, $5,000. I can't remember exactly what that is. I know the Dollar Farm Imagination Library Foundation does most of it. I think that's all they require of us, $5,000.
Which I'm pretty sure the vast majority of it goes to postage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
So we just put the question mark there. We'll make that connection, see if we'll reach out and get them.
I'll get over Brian tomorrow.
Okay.
So we decided to leave Isaiah House at their 5 or? Their 5.
Yeah.
Where we-
Yeah, I think.
We supplied additional funding for Shepherd's End and Children's Advocacy. So I'm okay with trimming them a little bit, and maybe they may get to go with a little bit of excess at the end, but Isaiah House has not really made any sort of provisions for, so if we take it away, they may be expecting it and have.
I really don't think you'll see her ask for any more than that. I think
Yeah.
you'll fund them at everything. You will probably do.
We're down to 32,000, and that's still, fire, that's fire department.
Where we get that, 5? Is that
No,
what
that
we-
includes, on that drive,
Yeah, let's resync.
because we had so much out.
Yeah, let's resync our documents here.
Mine's on paper.
Well, okay, again, let's start at the top. I've got, volunteer fire departments at 7,000 more, so it'd be 427. Butler, 0, cutting them all away.
That's $2,000.
I'm not sure City of Elizabeth Fire Department, I've got 5, but I don't know where we stand.
Well, I didn't want to get it all, I'm just doing what
Okay.
we went down through Shepherd's Inn.
Mhm.
2,000 on Shepherd Inn.
Child advocacy center, 25, honor guard, 5,000, net rep, 5, arm, 5. That put us at 18,500, put in the $2,000 back from the, given the fire department. So that would make them 7, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That put us at 16,500, and I deducted that from the 58,500. That put us at 32.
I got a little confused there.
Let's
Let's stay on that.
Let's go one by one.
That track where we were at. But so we're not sure on the City of Elizabeth. I had 5,000 right
Just leave it blank.
there. Okay,
Leave it
all right,
as
all right.
So you can see what I was
Oh,
talking
yeah, I know what you're on right there, but we'll stay on that.
7,000 additional to the volunteers,
7,000,
5,000 less than Butler.
yeah, 0.
Shepherd's Inn,
Shepherd's Inn is 10,000, because we were taking 2,000 away from that.
Shepherd Advocacy, dropping
2,500.
honor guard, dropping 5,000, that'll get some money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Arm,
Well,
what
I
is
mean, we're keeping arm or not, because I think I put arm down to 5,000.
I don't have anything.
I've got
Put a
minus
question mark
5,000
beside it.
on that. But, I mean, that's, we can see, just put a question mark
Yeah.
and see where we stand.
So we're just leaving it as is. On arm.
We're going, that fire department, we're gonna come back to.
Yeah, well, question mark there. Honor guard, 5,000, let's see. Senior Citizen Center, leaving it at 20. Let's go.
No, we were gonna do the 25.
Or 20, that's, yeah, we were, I'm sorry. Net rep is minus 5,000, 15,000 for the appropriation. And Imagination Library, we want to just leave that in there.
Leave 5,000 in.
Yeah. And that's, we'll find that on that.
It's always easier to take it out than to
Yeah.
get it from the start and run. They don't want.
I come up with a total of $1,076,341. Which is the difference from last year of 46,000.
That's leaving in the 50,000 for fire department.
Well, I got 19,500 less and additional 12. 12,000 more. Is that right? Deletion. 7,000 for volunteers and 5,000 for Imagination Library.
Oh, okay, I didn't do that.
I'm only showing a gain of 7,500, is that what it is?
We got 12,500.
Were you double that to senior citizen center, Brad?
No.
All right, let's do it again real quick. We'll get to see where we stand. Okay, from the top. 427 volunteer fire departments. Butler, 0. City of Elizabeth, I mean, I guess put 0 in there for now. We'll see. Firefighter rate 15, that rescue squad same, rehab same. Shepherd's Inn, 10,000. Children's Advocacy, 2,500. Isaiah, 5,000. ARM is 5,000. Kids Like Us, 5. Honor Guard, 5,000. Red Cross, 25. Resource, same. RSVP, same. Senior Citizens, 25,000. Library, Park and Rec, Boys Club, all the same. Add 5 for Imagination Library. Soil, same. Agriculture, same. Development District, same. And then 15,000 for net rent.
Come up with 1,021,341, which is total decrease of 67,500 from what we started with.
What was that decrease again?
67,500.
And Brad, what was that total, please?
1,021,341.
You just had a 5,000 for ARM? Yes. Yeah, I've got an interest by that, with this difference if we want to try to have that. Imagine that we put that in.
Connie Hicks just texted me and said, yes, please, they do want that.
That's right. Okay. So still looking at the fire department, and I guess armors really would be the undecided numbers.
Well, with this kind of swing, I would be okay with keeping that rep at 20.
We'll mess up the numbers. Well, I mean, I'm just joking about that. I told you, I've kind of keep 15. I'll keep it 15 or 20. 15. I hate to really.
Just this year especially,
Kind of see.
reassess, like if they come to us and it's us getting better and there's,
And part two of that is we'll now have $40,000 set aside. If they come to us, we're like, hey, we have this huge project we want to involve you in. We need an extra $5 grand. We've got a place we can go.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Yeah.
Okay.
well, I would like to give ARM the 5,000, just because what kind of issue our community's in right now with the pandemic and the schools that will be quit feeding the children. And it's just a recognized agency to go get help.
They have any, they all volunteers down there?
Yeah.
That bunch.
I think I split 5,000 between ARM, senior citizens, and give both 2,500. They're a little bit else, seniors can't get out.
So we give them the 25, like the increase on that.
Yeah.
Y'all would feel more comfortable just 2,500, half of what they're asking for, all of it?
I thought we had it cut out.
No, I mean, I'm talking for ARM, to give them.
Well, I mean, Patty's right, let's just go and stop. I mean, I've been helping them with that,
And then Boys and Girls Club too. They're not asking for any additional money, but that means they may not have additional monies for their summer programs and stuff like that, especially if they don't get in some of their fundraising. And ARM is probably where those kids are gonna fall back to.
And a lot of people fall to ARM because they recognize that as an agency to go to get help.
Who is over that?
It's Banks.
Banks, yeah.
Yeah. She does, I mean, I really appreciate what they do.
Do they screen the people? Yes,
They do, they have a system, they make sure they don't hop around from county to county.
Oh, that's not right.
They can only come so often too, they'll put them in the system, and I think they can come once, twice a month, I think.
Chairman Garland,
Yes, sir.
I'm fine with the 2,500 additional to arm.
It's looking like 5, I think, to get the request for 10,000.
Do what?
It looks like we want the total 5,000 increase. I believe everybody's kind of agreed on.
Okay, that's fine.
This year.
Yes,
You know,
I mean, we're in a
Right.
talk to them, say, you know, don't count on this for next year.
Yeah, well, I think that there should be pretty passionate us helping them out. Of course, I know they really help out people when they're in need, but reach in and give them $7,500 for keep their kids. So I think, I mean, we're in a good standing relationship. They know if they really need something, we can feel like we can trust them. We'll be able to help them out. So, okay.
So what's the difference now? Total change.
57.5.
So, yeah, 62, because that 5 additional was the only thing. So,
Went up.
no, it went down.
67.5 was the original, and then we just took 5,000 out of that, so it's 5. I'll leave the fire department. So where it's at.
That's the hard question. That's how we got here.
Keep coming back to it.
Yeah, I know.
Let's see how many of these are actually in the city. Fire department. Chapter 10, Isaiah House. Kids like that are.
It's that sign in school, I think. Oh, right. Golly, where's my head at today?
Library, auxiliary, for the girls' club. Educational rehab in that city.
Yes.
Gary, are they planning on doing any more fire classes next year? 40 hours?
I believe so. My understanding is that they're gonna try to do it every year.
You said that it's about what, $1,500, $2,000?
I say it's probably about 2,000 total.
But what about to offset their cost of that, especially this year, give them 5?
I'm okay with that. I'd rather be a more formal billing process between the two, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
But rather,
This would just be
this would just be the offset to say,
$5,000, which is, and then if they, I know the truck is coming due, city manager, Esty mentioned that, and so is the chief carrier, the ladder truck. They come up with that in the next couple of years, which you probably will. I'm especially for giving them more money to help with that as a major county city has. But that would at least get them $5,000. I know it's not much, but
It's better than 0. We would set it 5. You can always sleep on it, kind of think on the next few days before Thursday, but that's giving them something, 5,000.
57.5. Sounds pretty good. Bruce, then $1,000 lower than what the total change was. For $5,000.
I'll admit for a minute, I was very confused.
I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I didn't have it to agree.
So, I mean, that's actually 57.5 less. So we say $1,000. I mean, that's wrong. Like, truck.
You're at, Mr. Garland,
Yeah.
you're about roughly 4,000 and some odd dollars less than you approved last year.
Okay.
1,000 more. 1,000 more.
Than what we approved.
Yeah, last
Okay.
year.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, made some cuts, give some increases. That's pretty good working it out, talking through it. So.
Good question before Mr. Chairman goes there, you have to 55,000.
I mean, I know, I would like to give a little bit more, but, you know, I don't. It might be hard to get all the way there. I was trying to just come up with a number that would fit something, like a monthly payment, you know, for 12 months or just something like that. But it's just,
I mean, basically, if you want to buy my fire truck, you get 18,000 a year, next 20 years.
yeah,
I buy that fire truck.
right.
I'm pretty sure they got 133,000 grant to offset some of that.
Yeah. It was $495,000 piece of equipment.
I'm more in love with Isaiah whenever he comes to the fire department, whenever they have to go in large capital outlay, like that million quarter for the ladder truck. That's where we should probably try to help them. Yeah.
Right, look at 7,500, 5,000. Going once. Mark's auctioneer, he, talk us up, Mark, let's hear it.
I'm good at 5,000, Ross. That's okay.
We'll stick it at 5 right now. If something crazy happens the next few days, we can adjust. 5,000, okay. Anything else to talk about? Besides playing part. Well, we go back to the other thing. Which one? It's the one he made up for us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems to be the biggest. So the animal control piece coming out of the animal control. So
Yeah.
there's $39,000 go to sheriff's office. But for that,
It was like 72,000 that they added into their actual budget.
yeah, the original, and that, the original appropriation at the actual chief parish quote was $39,000 for sheriff's office. That initially was the, plus it was 5 trucks, mayor's office taking off the truck, so 39,000 plus.
Mayor's office, and then actually come from the mayor's office, and from the Snoopy fund.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the sign on the month, and so it actually got purchased out of mayor's office. So I mean, that didn't actually go to. So I mean, that's.
Sheriff, Sheriff, truck.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I'm not
you
arguing.
know, I mean, that's 39,000.
Yeah.
It's not taking care of the truck, that's what I'm saying. That's just the goal.
I don't
To be fair.
So from the 39,000 the sheriff's department, remove the full-time animal control, and the part-time dogs, and all benefits.
Correct.
She said it was about 79,000.
About 40 grand.
And
Basically got a lot of bid everywhere. He was way up there, almost 352, I think. Yeah, he's got $500 million.
that taking on Elizabeth and Trash has been that pretty much that increase there.
But looks like they're making a little bit of money off of this.
Yeah.
That could just increase some of the rent
fees, I think, are
That's what I'll say.
He said it's
I've
12
said
years.
that for years.
Yeah.
Take anything up there.
It's cheap, $1 a bag.
$6.
Then if we start bringing some revenue on cardboard on the recycle side.
Yeah, I think get that in the swing, and of course, those numbers will stay high where they're at.
Where the money being lost that, I think.
Yeah. Last year was a tough year.
But kind of short employees for the recycling center.
I about feel like we gotta give one person anyway, not fun two, but he needs some help.
Maybe one. Because he's good, go back and help for a little bit, help, thank you,
Yeah.
Well, it's like I say, it's big to look at 5, 10 years from now, not, trustees for a position.
I think Isaiah and the sheriff both said that. We should never count them employees.
Till we can, it's what we have.
Well, I don't know, as far as solid waste right there, we will try to give one person, or should we try to talk to Benny maybe Thursday and see what you really need, or just one, get you one guy and put him in the best, wherever the best place for recycling.
I think you do a disservice by, taking anything drastic without, saying, at least talking to the
Yeah,
and
right.
be up there.
Well, I was wanting to see if Shannon could come in Thursday too, if she's here. We gotta hear from Chris or somebody, but yeah, let's talk plain. If that's only, well, we got sport recreation as far as Ken Goose, what we can give that. And I know where you stand there, Isaiah, too.
I'm not against it. I think they've done an absolutely amazing job. They're all volunteers. And they're not getting paid and doing all kinds of stuff. This is going to get expensive one day. I just don't know when it's going to get
I
expensive.
know, but I mean, you're right. We need some personnel to be able to do that.
I agree, and I also think really shouldn't be giving money away to. Yes.
Yeah.
They should come to us, pay us.
That kind of was disturbing.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
me, the way
it's
I
not because
understand that.
services maybe get needed, I'm not saying
It's
that.
Rome Mountain, that's what you're saying.
Well, I
As far
would,
as-
I would do two or
Party
three.
groups and government,
Oh, yeah.
It does bring a lot of tourists, believe it or not, I didn't realize that.
No, it's something, yeah,
I mean, it's big, but that's kind of what this is for. That's why we're spending 2 hours on outside agencies,
yeah.
Well,
in my opinion.
and my concern was one of the things that they're talking about is, in Rome Mountain again, is the rebuilding, giving monies to a third party to help rebuild the shelter that's actually on federal land.
Forest Service grant,
You know, and I mean, I'm not against that, per se, it's just, you do something without the Forest Service blessing, I know that sometimes it can be a pain to get all the right person to transfer it there. If you do something without the Forest Service blessing, you step on federal feet, and you have a bad relationship. And if the feds are okay with it, it's a whole other scenario. But, once you start doing something like that, you generally have to pick that maintenance and upkeep up somewhere. They're not gonna do it anymore. If you're gonna do it,
On liability too.
well, like that, goes back us giving money to a group that doesn't have really an office or a person other than just being a representative body, all volunteers, and they're gonna give money out to somebody else.
And there's also accountability for that money. Now, how do you know he oversight over it? Handed it away, it's taxpayer money.
Well, I mean, it does go through the grants first.
Well, if you've done it through outside agencies anyway, donation or anything like that, you don't have any control of it either. It's not that, it's just I don't know. A department that's not a department passing out monies to somebody that's not may not be, I don't want them to get inked up like they were before.
There has been quite a bit this year, passed out. Other.
We used to give them $25,000 And I think that's on there. 61 is their page as far as this, is that right? I got it there wrong. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was looking at libraries. It's right below that. Parks and Fairboard, it's right in the middle. I'm a little bit confused there. Yeah, so you can see in, let's see, yeah, 17, 18, 25, 18, 19, 25.
I mean, we give them monies in, lumps for different things we've done.
Yeah.
The gap requirement, maybe we need money, specifically for this stuff.
Tractor.
Yeah, the lawn, the different things that nature, which I have no issue. But, I mean, yeah. $25,000 to $25,000 is a very large increase.
Consider there were specific uses that they requested for that $125,000 last year. Right. Those are not recurring expenses.
What do we say? Hey, let's go 75,000. And maybe we talk to Ken and say, hey, we're thinking about this number or that. We can talk in Thursday.
If he can come, that would be absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
I would like to know the bottom line of what he needs, but not the $125,000.
Yeah.
But I mean, bottom line to operate, where are we at right now? You know, with Greenbridge Landing and Rock Mountain and everything. And then we can look at, okay, this money, we can add $5,000 if you want to do this, $10,000 if you want to do this. I don't think we can hit that $125,000.
Yeah, I mean, and they're good about, they usually have a pretty good plan of where those monies are going. So Ken's good about presenting that stuff. So we'll get him to show up for us. I mean, do you want to think of a number right now, or let's see what he comes up with and says what we got?
I had 75.
75.
And if the city needs money for the covered bridge, they should come to us.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to partner with them.
Yeah, that's true too, because that's kind of.
They probably will.
Well, I mean, it is in our county.
Right, I mean, they'll be getting it from the city, but then also get some here, so that's, we need to put that together. Then decide, whole commission, you decide.
I mean, it's fine if we want to host a festival like the Herndon Burgers and stuff like that, but I don't, giving them the carte blanche on X amount of dollars to actually run the festival themselves, I don't know.
Who's that?
Like the Herndon Burgers, like, yeah, I think they were giving them like $5,000 to try to, which ended up getting canceled, but still, I think they were giving them the $5,000 to host the festival. It should have been us hosting the festival for them, having the $5,000 and then just coming, and then basically setting everything up under that budget.
Yeah. Okay, so we can kind of say 75 maybe for them and school service.
That's 50 grand right there.
All right. That gets planning.
Shannon's.
79.
Ross, what was that you all just did or talked about?
The Park and Rec, basically Park and Fair Board, Ken Gooch presented this to us the other night.
Yes.
And then he's asking for, what's he asking?
107 change.
107,870. We gave him 125 last year. We're talking about maybe getting that number to about 75,000 mark, and have him come Thursday and kind of talk out these numbers and see exactly really what he's after, what kind of increases, why he needs that total budget.
Okay, thank you, Ross. I just couldn't hear all the discussion.
Yeah, I understand. I know it's back here in the back, but.
We need to bring his budget up. Copy of his.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know if he has any lines, does he? His is just kind of.
He sent in a worksheet, I can send that out.
Did he? No, I remember seeing one myself. Either way, okay, pretty good on all that stuff, move to planning.
Before we go to planning, what about, somebody's asking for furniture.
Oh, yeah, election.
Was that taken out?
Is that, were you asking for furniture?
We had it in the buildings and grounds budget to try to replace some of the chairs in here, but I think it was taken out.
But then the election.
Now, this was, she wanted that, pretty sure. Mark, you there?
Yes.
What, that was election commission, how much they want for furniture? Because I know you mentioned that too.
It's like $6,000, I believe, Ross.
They're all, I believe, 44.
I didn't know it was taken out or not.
Yeah, that's, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Office equipment is 6,000.
I believe that's 6,000, Ross.
Okay.
So it shows 5 on here for office supplies. Office supplies. That's 5. Gotcha. They definitely need the extra personnel for the election, but.
Yeah, they got increases for a reason. That did come up, but I've heard that from a couple of the 6,000 for office furniture. And now if it goes towards, election stuff, maybe something we have to fund, like, can't get to the bottom of that. 24.
That's what I was going to say, in our equipment line.
They have a data processing equipment line item as well.
But if you go back to your estimate for 1920 and your expenditures for 1819, I mean, you're actually.
Of the 1819, so,
I mean.
it's not really a new request, I mean,
Unless they just bought a lot of equipment or something of that nature.
Yeah.
They're at, they're $5,800, $54.90, $18.90.
yeah. 17, 18, 1707.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know what they've done. Well, 1890. They definitely moved. Yeah.
No, they were under the 2016 election.
Yeah.
I think they moved it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can understand, I mean, it makes you ask, okay,
yeah,
we plan on doing this, but I mean, that means they're expenditures.
Right.
Like,
I mean, it could be anything, like on our scanners, stuff like that, it's just daily wear and tear on.
I don't
It
get
could
it.
be replacing for
Did
equipment
she
wise.
say though, that she came?
Say furniture.
I'm almost sure she did.
I can't,
That's what
I know.
I was thinking. Well, this is not the picture for furniture, but now it could be desk, I mean, she not, furniture to be, couch, chairs, but.
Brad, see if you can get some clarification on that before then. I don't know if we have to have her come in.
I think Brad asked her.
Yeah. Anything else there? Let's see here. Thinking about. Maybe a third staff for his courtroom.
I'm freezing.
I know, but about 65 degrees out here.
It's cold in here.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh. I'm gonna have to sit on my hands. From her ride. I know.
Just leave it, okay.
We're gonna start breaking blankets.
Seeps in after 3 hours, 3.5. Okay. Talk about the plan Department.
Page 26.
Notes on what? Just up the side of it?
Looks like they got rid of the third first house, spread out some raises. And they added $11,000. I just said they cut out the third first house, $11,000 to get raises at the top. That's about $8 grand, it looks like. There's $3,000 or somewhere else. That, oh, they had, part-time personnel? Yeah, is that clerical personnel, is that a reason? They reason? Yeah. Position. Yeah, because it shows an end of 11,584.79.
So, I mean, we haven't included raises for anybody, have we? I mean, so, I mean, that's gotta go. You know, we gotta take that back and say it's 0 for raises.
I know one of the employees was a mapper, so I'm not sure the other employee. I think it was another inspector of some sort.
Yeah, no, he was, and that's what I was asking, if that was Jay's position or something, but he was looking for somebody else, like a total new one.
A mapper, they're hiring a mapper.
That's what he's after, I think.
What are they mapping?
Boundaries, borders.
They don't do cash for the county. 911 does cash for the county. Or the map.
A good question.
Because 911 is on traffic. 911 does all the mapping, all the GIS layers and mapping, CAD and everything for the county. And they send that to the state. And then they go off of code operate with Elizabethton. Because Elizabethton has people that do GIS just for the city. Or the map.
Yeah, I don't know if I can't answer.
I mean, I don't care. It's just,
Yeah. Why do you need that person? That's what you're asking.
I mean, what, you know, if you're gonna take over mapping duties for 911, or some mapping duties for 911,
Yeah, I need that
911,
person.
then 911 is probably gonna say thank you. On some of them.
I mean, do they have enough business to get another inspection?
I'm not gonna say.
Oh, I think that was another thing.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know there's increase.
I know we don't have any in my email, so I guess not.
Well, is that specifically Mel that does that only? Or does Jay do some of this stuff, or?
Jay does some of it, but I don't know exactly which
Yeah.
certifications he has. Because I know both of them got new ones, have got more
Yeah.
recently. That's what really what they were.
He was going back to the mall.
Right, which in turn saves the county,
Mhm.
you know, in the long run, but. And, you know, if you go back and get certifications, I mean, if I do, I'm gonna get compensated.
Yeah, I think that's legitimate, you know, that request to, you know, if they do get some, classes or whatever, and accreditation on this stuff, there should be incentive.
The financial management.
So,
We're just not really going to policy to say what gets what. I think, I listened to the meeting, I think they want to get 2,500 per certification, is that right, Taylor?
Yeah, I think it was.
that's a pretty big jump.
And then, well, it's
And then
that's a percentage of
the
that.
supervisor gets a
Huh?
percentage of.
Supervisor gets a percentage of that as well.
I think the reason why that was, because they were gonna end up making more than the supervisors, because get back on more and more certifications.
Well, I'm not gonna put you on the spot, but I know you're on the spot. Really?
If you watch the video, then you heard me say.
Well, and you mentioned the other night, do you have a plan B, right?
He said he got B, C, D, and E, so. Last year, B went up.
Oh,
C went up, and B went up.
But, and that's what I can't really, I don't understand as much trouble as we had last year, and it never really resolved. I mean, it just kind of, we said, okay, let's just make it go away.
Well, we know that they have at least $14,000 of flood in here as well.
Yeah.
Well, I asked Chris specifically on the FTDD, the first thing,
District.
they had the contract last year, he did present to the chair. And his excuse was, oh, they kept training people, no, they didn't. Elizabeth, I teach her lessons for the team. She was the same representative the year before as she was last year, as she was this year. So that was not a good valid reason. But I do know they had a contract. I believe the mayor, they actually give it to the mayor. I believe he signed it, sent it to Chris, sent it to the planning commission.
I mean, that's a huge increase. That's $14,000.
So they wasn't important last year, why they important this year?
Mr. Garland,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go back to what I originally said in the beginning of all this meeting. Nothing against anybody, nothing against any department, not wanting to cut anybody if possible at all. But for those who worked with us and cut their budgets and turned in essentially the same budget as they had last year or less, it's not fair to those people to do that in the situation we're in and then fund other stuff for other departments. And that's just the way I feel about it. I try to be fair to everybody, although every department. And if you approve these increases on these others, you know, you're not being across the board fair to every department here. I mean, that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, so some of the increase I think are, as far as a couple of employees here and there, I think would be certainly like a penny, but I think you're saying more like, hey, take their budget from last year and everybody, really, and if just kind of put them side by side and say, here's what you're gonna get and have to work with, right?
Yes, yeah, that might be acceptable, Ross. But you know, with the exception if they added new employees or some kind of reoccurring new cost that they occurred last year, then of course you're going to have to add those numbers in.
I really found the issue with them going to get their CPE, they got issues with that, or their certifications and paying for certifications. I just wish we had a solid policy in place that was our work.
Yeah.
Across the board for everybody in this whole county.
And why did the travel jump from like originally budgeted for 1,100 to jump to 9,100 this year? They're asking for 12 on travel. I mean, because fuel and stuff for making rounds and doing inspections should be covered like the gasoline charges. Travel charges should be like GTEs, events, stuff like that.
I would say some of those tests are probably pretty expensive to get certified.
Well, then those will be under, certifications or something like that. In certain staff development, because they've only got 0. So,
Like I do all the travel.
yeah.
They got CPE errors or a reason.
Yeah, and that note Y0 included at 355.
And I don't know if the mayor's on here. Mayor, do you have a travel ban still for employees? Can they still travel with train?
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear what?
Is there still a travel ban on as far as like going to a conference or something or any type of training?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, we still got it. Nothing's changed.
You know about how long you may keep that in effect for employees?
I couldn't hear you.
You know how long you're going to keep that in effect for with employees?
Well, no certain date. That's till this virus calmed down. Probably at least another month or so anyway.
I mean, I'd like to see the rates taken down recently. I'd like a good explanation on the employees why they would need them. And I mean, everything else, other than the certification clarification, I said, I'd just rather have this all policy, what we should give it. But, I mean, I don't have any problem with anything else.
I would like a requirement that these monies in their budget be put in a proper account.
Didn't we do that last year?
I was gonna say, I know. Yeah, but it came back where it started.
Are you talking about the rebate? So they moved all their own money back on the ground?
Yeah.
Well, that 524 was a new account, right? Right.
What?
The 524.
We used 524 for years, I think, right? Put more requirement on which one use that 554.
Well, I mean, if you look at 17, 18, 0, and 18, 19, 6, 34, then you've got that large estimate. That's why I was saying. It might not be a new account, it's reassigning the funds to the account to be further to the expenditure. And that would move back.
Right. And when I prepare these budgets, in January or February, send them out, I'll put an estimate of whatever, starting point in the correct account. They come back, well, they're back where we were 3 years ago.
Well, that was a requirement that we had put up and we had asked we've asked this for, how long have we been on here? 7 years. We've asked this for as long as I've been on here, several years prior to. The ability to know, dump down, the ability to know what's up. And that's part of it. And if you want to access it, you control the budget. They can put where they want their money, but you control the budget. I'm for that. I think that if they want to put specific monies in specific accounts of funds, the expenditures need to match the account that it's coming out. That definitely needs to be worked on.
Are they double expensing, 358.59 and 599.59? I think you said it's got to pay both lines.
It looks like it is.
The gasoline, I mean, it's going up $2,000. Do you ever know exactly why such an increase on that? Is that from travel or something? Is that what he's considering that for? Or, I mean, just driving around, I guess, work. Yeah. Right.
Did that offset too?
Yes.
So they replaced one. I couldn't remember.
That was the original proposal, whether they ended up having one of those, or if they're keeping one for the extra inspector that may be coming around or something like that. I'm not sure. But it looks like if you remove the raises and then the additional employees, that gets them down actually with the deficit compared to last year. Why do they have a negative 56,000 for the electrical permits?
From what I was told, those monies are going to be going directly to the state. The state turns around and pays them per certificate fee.
Because they don't, it has to be done online now to get a permit. Electrician, you have to do it online through the state. I mean, you got an inspector that goes to look at it, but you can't walk in and get a permit from them.
Okay, well,
You're not supposed to anyway.
Where's that remittance, realize.
It was, the revenue side of it was taken out.
Okay. But they still pay us a per certificate fee? Okay.
And that's 2 positions thereafter, right?
Yep.
Inspector and a mapper, that,
Yeah.
kind of figure out.
Yeah, add 2 EEs.
Is there a communication line? Is that just cell phones only? Who has cell phones? Do we know? That's not through internet or anything over there in the building. Strictly cell phone. Awful.
They got that tablet for inspection, they have a card for rivals for internet.
I tried on, get to me, bro. $2,400 is a fairly large amount for your cell phone. To me, that would only be like they're providing a cell phone for each person.
Yes, it's phone for inspector, and I'm assuming it's the new inspector that they're wanting to add.
Yeah, that would be one.
Yeah. 24,
They
then renegotiate that rate, if that's what.
Yeah, that to me looks like that would be funds for different person.
They have to be new addition, you always get $200 all the time.
You know, this year it looks like it's $24 a month.
It's not my experience, that would be, so.
Yeah, because it shows the actual 329 and 1718, 344 and 1819, and 287 and 1920. I mean, they've got over, what's the balance in that account? Because if their 1819 was 2,400, and they only used 344, and 1920 was 2,400, and they only used 287, so they've got at least $4,000 in that account.
Okay, there's, right now, there's left, balance left is $1,972.
Of the 24 we put in there last year. Yeah, it's a little fluffy there.
Well, I'm gonna agree with Mark on this before we go any further. I mean, there's got to be more done. We had office holders who, the highway department, the school system, to balance major budgets. I mean, this has to be done better. Has to be done better.
Well, I mean, this gets us in, because basically they just present us with the budget that they figure out, and we basically say yes or no. I mean, that's kind of how it goes.
Part 2 of that is, they said the last time that they had met was February.
Yeah.
And so this was the budget that they had drafted in February.
Yeah. Well, I tried to ask Chris if they kind of wanted to consider, something else for us, but I got a clear answer from him.
I have 3 recommendations. 1, they go back and they relook at it, they have another meeting, and 3, they give it to Brad to put monies in the appropriate lines before they present us another budget. That's my 3 recommendations.
Yeah. I know because last year it had to have a meeting, we had a special call meeting, and it just really it was a headache and just trying to make things happen. It's the end of this month, and then as far as meeting they got. No.
That could be totally fine.
Do they present their meetings to you, Abby, to put on the county calendar?
No, I get the list from Kathy Lewis, and she advertises, and that's where I get.
See, I sent you that. It says May 26th, they have a meeting there. Yeah.
That's the day I have on.
Okay.
26th?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on the county calendar. Yep.
I took a picture of this and it was on the door out front here.
I was thinking I just didn't have it on my phone, but I was thinking I had it.
I know it was advertised in the paper. I think it's not on the county calendar. We've been discussing back and forth whether they wanted to have a Zoom meeting or not.
I'll go to the later. Now, whether it just had things removed or things added, it's on the later.
On the website?
Yeah.
I said, y'all need to get down here. This is
Well, I think the best thing.
You
for
did
us
all
would
my
be
shit.
They need to
Said
be
it
here.
a couple times.
Yeah.
I said about 3 or 4 times.
We'll give them recommendations. Last year, they said we didn't give them recommendations.
Yeah.
We'll try. And, then they can go back and they can rehash this at their meeting and, give us some more. Because
Yeah, I mean, that's,
the draft day is not working.
right.
So let's go to draft B. And my other recommendation, like I said, they need to give it for our month, we'll vote and figure out what funds need to be established or reestablished where the money can be in the. Several of the other office holders have worked. I know it's bothersome because it's a lot of money to have to try to move, try to figure everything together. But several of the other office holders done. I'm gonna let them be.
Yeah.
Yeah, all theirs are individual lines and they're the right items are just right. What Brad's done, we keep it that way.
This year is all year too, because you got 2 elections up.
Yeah.
And then you got reappraisal year, that's
Right.
another thing we do anything about, part of.
Well, we'll do that. Make sure we can get Chris here for Thursday and we'll hammer away at him if we can. But yeah, I mean, like Isaiah says, we got this draft and we're not gonna go with it, so we gotta have something else to fall back on. It's unfortunate that they did, or that, you know, they haven't. Maybe he's worked something up in the meantime. We can ask
I mean, you
him.
take the raises out of 2 employees, yeah, they gotta.
Yeah, right.
With the certification.
Few questions that would, you know, come up, communication, stuff like that. But, yeah, we'll just ask him. Gotta be some negotiation. That was his
Well,
problem
I
last
just think
year.
there's places he can help us. I mean, the gasoline, communication, they're just different little items. They all add up. I mean, you know, Roger cut, I mean, I can't help but be impressed with the highway department, still system, what they've done. Still system saved 26 jobs, almost 31 jobs. I mean, this is not, it's not right. It's just fair to the rest of the office holders. And the school board and the school system.
How many total decided on the retirement package?
I think it was 22.
Oh, hey Amanda.
It was one of the two, 27 or 20. And then they had a few that decided to go to another system, right? Is that what I heard?
I think some of those 27, 28 actually had to be, they were positions, who people retire, but they have to go back.
That requires, yeah, it should be certification.
All right, how we feel for now? It's the Thursday anyway. Anything else? All right.
Have some.
Because I've been out, I'm not really. And I'm trying not to get involved with the sheriff's office stuff. Number 10, what's the deal with number 10? And then I heard something about $70,000. I'm not trying to get caught.
Where are we at?
Number 10, on the draft budget notice thing.
Oh, okay.
The school budget was saying that since the schools have been closed, they didn't owe those monies to the sheriff's department because school wasn't open, so those SROs weren't needed. That was Kevin's side of it, and then Mr. Parrish's side of it was that, well, those officers have been employed the whole time, et cetera, so they're gonna have to give the county get the money because the school are taking it out of their budget. So I'm not sure where that actually is.
That was last.
Okay.
So, enough with that. What's the, I mean, they saying the same thing for next year?
Okay. Because there hasn't been anything worked out yet as far as an agreement, I didn't estimate that full amount that would have been reimbursed by the school department. But at the school department, I did recognize the entire amount of the expenditure.
Right. So, in this budget, I mean, that leaves us short, that leaves that budget short $95,000. We supplement that,
I think they'll work something out, but.
Yeah, I hadn't seen this piece. I remember that piece from last meeting. I hadn't seen it yet, so I was kind of confused.
Well, I think the MOU is gonna have to be looked at again when that time comes.
That time of year.
Well, it's, yeah.
Your past year.
Well, when the school system is actually gonna be on the June, I understand.
This is your budget. So your MOU has to be looked at and agreed upon financially.
And I think they're there yet, aren't they?
Your issues you get is, you know, like I said, you supplement those funds with monies from the general fund and you're good. You end up not supplementing those funds and you end up with a $95,000 hole. Or you reduce those positions, whatever $95,000. Like I said, I try to stay out of all that. I had seen that those monies were somewhere.
Is that the school's general fund or the county's general fund?
County.
County.
They're all officers are paid out of general fund. In the school department reimburses or pays for 10 officers. The general fund pays for 6 officers.
Chief Parrish is right, it's like $70,000, that's fine. If that's what the schools want, you have to come back out of general fund and pay $70,000. It's a matter of who's going to pay.
Shouldn't he have been saving some money though, when those officers will do patrol, that type of thing?
How would you say?
I think probably their positions are being funded by SRO money. And the schools are saying, well, if you're doing county work, you're doing SRO work, so we're not going to pay you to patrol work.
Well, no, I get that, but I'm saying, he said it was 8 short,
Right.
so those people working for those 8, where's that other money for those 8?
That's between your, I think, your detention center budget for sheriff's office. That's what I'm saying, they control.
They're gonna be still short, right? People.
I mean, when the schools closed, why did they keep the SROs? I understand that these jobs and stuff like that, but when the schools closed, those SROs were no longer needed to be SROs. What happened? They were put out on general duty or something like that. That's, you know, how are they being utilized during that time?
And like I said, it's just a matter of somebody at the end of the day has to put the money. Doesn't matter if it's out of school, that's up to your fund. And then the MOU, you know, that's something that financially, we need to know the numbers on so that we can plan accordingly on both budgets. So.
And this is Chief Deputy Parrish. I've got an update on the negotiations with the school department regarding that conversation. The sheriff met with Dr. Warden and Mr. McLean today, and they asked us to come to the school board meeting on Thursday at 1800 to talk to them about it. There were indications that they did not necessarily understand the situation that we are in. They thought that we had our own general fund budget or something like that. But they are going to let us go back in front of the school board and ask for that $70,000 to be returned.
Needed 5 or 4.
Six, you said the meeting at 5:30.
Is this possibly hiring, vote on the hiring of the superintendent? And now this, the SRO vote. They won't be able to vote on that, I'll have to wait and all they can talk about. Right.
Well, they can at least hear it and get it on the agenda.
Okay, what else? Anything else? Isaiah, thanks for mentioning that. It's good.
Back to the TCRS, do we want to stay very conservative at the 3.89%? Or do we need to look at the budget numbers at maybe a 6% just in case? Because this year we can get away with 3.89, but what happens if next year we can't get away with less than 8, or worse, 10, 12, 16? Okay.
Well, that's, and I talked about this, Mark. I was kind of thinking about it too. I mentioned it to Brad. I don't know if we should fund it and maybe what it might be next year, just have, put it in there at 5% or 6. I don't know, but like I told you, I trust your recommendation. The foresight, all that. So, and then that was my question. Does everybody feel comfortable with that, or would you rather see it at 5%? I know they've changed a lot of this in all the numbers, but everybody pretty comfortable with the 3.9 where it's at now?
I would rely on you.
Yeah, but that's kind of where I am.
We were at what, 87? In and out, got 57,000 outside, now we're about 140. 37,000 off park rec. And planning drops us to employees. And we're gonna start pushing up to 250.
Each percentage, and of course, I'll back up here, one thing to consider too is the school department paraprofessionals and county employees are in the same retirement pool. For the 14.94 is being contributed over the last few years. And the school department has already approved their budget, which includes that 3.89% TCRS contribution. Yeah, it can't be two separate rates.
Right.
They would have to go back and meet again if we check with them or say no.
But basically, we roll into fund balance. If these things have been in TCRS. But revenue for lower revenue.
I think that's a drastic increase, what, or 3%-ish, or 3.9% to 14.94%. That's.
That 14.94 was over and above what was required.
That's what I'm saying, that's a drastic difference.
Right.
I mean, you know, wow. You want to go 4%, sure, you can go maybe 5%, okay? I think 14.94 is outrageously over what we should be, what we should have and should be doing now. Of course, get a line of finance director. He said that he's comfortable with that number. I'm good with that myself.
I talked to a representative from TCRS, and he said there's an asset, I can't remember, that we have an asset, it's either $2.5 million or $3.5 million. And that's better than most.
And then I think a lot of the counties were kind of taking that on too, just doing that.
How do they decide? You decide that it's not going to go up drastically. I mean, what were you basing on, or then too, for that matter?
Just on where the rates have been the last couple of years or so, and the position that the county is in having their requirements funded. Where, you know, the counties that have been funding at the required minimum, they don't have that opportunity that Carter County has now. You know, to balance their budget with it, more or less. Do that old funding for.
Okay, Ray, you there? Ray, you got a question for us or comment or anything?
It's already passed, Ron. Thanks, Ross.
You're welcome to.
No, that's okay. I was just going to take an opportunity. I should have done this earlier, but I forgot. I think the mayor is working very hard during this coronavirus. And I should have said that when I'm talking about the Sluter property. But I don't know, there's 24/7 that I think he's putting in around the clock, and I don't think we give him enough credit for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Ross.
Yeah.
Ross, this is Gary with the school system.
Uh-huh.
Hey, listen, on the SROs, I just text Dr. Ward. The $70,000 is not what they are negotiating. They are actually negotiating the new MOU because the 70's already put into that budget. So he said that basically that what was talked about today was to meet with the school board to negotiate a new MOU, the contract with them. So I think there's a little bit of confusion between Danny, Kevin, and Chief Parrish right there. Just letting you know, because I was just texting Kevin, and he said basically the only thing they agreed on was for them to come and talk to the board about a new agreement for the SROs. And he said there was no agreement of any money back. So just letting you.
Okay. Appreciate that. I mean, they're supposed to get together and talk, so maybe they can work that out. Speaking of, Gary, you mentioned this to me, and I thought it was a great idea. Of course, Ray mentioned the mayor and the job he's done, so thank him. Abby's been, I'm sure, working just every second that he has too, so we thank her for working hard. But just to thank the cafeteria workers, I know it's mentioned, and I think I don't know, thanks went the wrong way or not to include everybody on a social media post, but that's not really the issue. The cafeteria workers that have put in their time to get these kids fed, and I know there's a lot of volunteer work, the teachers and other people coming to, hand this food out, but they're the ones behind the line, on the front lines. And like Kevin said, working just constantly as hard as they can go to make this happen. And I think it's putting them out of place. And I forgot what he was telling me, like 3 cooks at Happy Valley Elementary, and they're cooking for, I don't know how many.
Lindsay says they've got 15 to 18
cooks
that have
working
still been going since the school's let out.
as hard as they can.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a great idea, and Gary mentioned it, to give them some kind of maybe a bonus or just a stipend or something to recognize their duties during this time. Wasn't trying to open it up to figure that out tonight, but just something that we could look at. And it doesn't have to come out of our budget, but I mean, it's just any general fund, motion or something like that to maybe get that some near future. I thought it might be a good idea just to kind of see what everybody thought about that to help these people out that have been working so hard for us. There's no, I don't know exact numbers or anything or who all has help, but I think they should be definitely, helped out a little bit, or at least.
I agree. I think we need to acknowledge them, and if there's possible way we could help them out with stipend. These are difficult times for a lot of people, especially the kids. They're making minimal amount of money. Some people, most of them, still getting paid to be at home, but they're still working.
Yeah, right.
2 and 3 days a week.
Yeah, it's something to consider, and we can, maybe if we can iron some numbers out or find a number that we could agree on, maybe next budget meeting or something to have that figured out, bring it to full commission. But I think that's something would be just to say, hey, thanks, you've been working your tails off, keeping kids fed at this time. And some of them may not be getting those meals if they weren't out there cooking and doing that. So that's just one way I think we can.
And I think they're doing a breakfast and a lunch. Is that correct, Kelly? Breakfast and a lunch.
Yeah, like you go to Monday, they get you Monday to Tuesday, and pick it up for the rest of the week after that. Yes. And it's not just preparing the meals, passing them out.
Clean up. Yeah. They're still there doing the whole night.
Well, and I think they're really preparing it for the virus as far as like individual stuff. They're boxed separate, and, all in separate packaging, things like that. So they're working, I'm sure, double, triple time what they just something to think about. Gary mentioned that, and I thought it was a good idea.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, certainly thank him for kind of that idea. And it could be too, we help them out from our, our fund, and in school, maybe they consider the same thing. Add on top of that, so.
Question, come up once before, to give money from our fund to schools, don't we have to split that money with the city?
I think that was thought about, I don't know, Brad, you may be able to answer that better, but, just your capital.
It's taxing for one purpose and using for another. Yep, those payments can be made from central cafeteria fund.
Can,
They have a solid fund back.
okay, oh, from there, yeah. I guess that is.
It would be something nice to do.
Yeah.
We don't see a lot of nice.
Yeah.
They were there. That's, I mean, we could vote all day long. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I don't disagree, just say that.
If it comes from that fund.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not from our general fund, but it's cafeteria fund, that is the schools. Their board make that recommendation, and we bring it to us, basically.
And some of these costs related to this COVID-19 could possibly be reimbursed since it's costs like that.
Mm-hmm.
But there has to be some policies and procedures behind it. Of course, good documentation for it too.
Yeah.
We're keeping things separate in the county using code 888 from the COVID-19
Yeah.
expenses.
And so you're saying as far as like a stipend to give what we're discussing to give to the cafeteria?
They could. I think they're working on something for local governments.
All right, well, it's something to consider. I just want to throw it out there and mention, we want to at least thank them for the hard work they've done just right now. And Ms. Feathers too, I'm sure she's been working her tail off doing that.
I think she's been with them every day.
Yeah, so. City, Elizabeth, their cafeterias, they're doing the same thing too. So there's a lot of help from those people behind the scenes that really don't get much recognition for that. So we thank you for that. Anything else before we get out of here? It's not too late.
We're not nominated.
Yeah, I know it. I forgot all about that. Well, how about a quick break after this? Motion to adjourn by Mr. Frazier. There's a second. Second for Mr. Hill. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, sorry.